Okay. Well, welcome to the February 20th Planning Commission meeting. All members are present. So if you would stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. All right. Pursuant to Council Administrative Policy, Meeting Rules and Procedures, Section 5.2, decorum generally in public, comments by members of the public are generally limited to 5 minutes or less if a larger number of speakers are anticipated, or if approved by the chair. Speakers desiring answers to questions should direct them to the Planning Commission, and if relevant, they may direct them to the appropriate staff members. Speakers can also follow up directly with staff during regular city business hours. Please file a speaker card with the administrative secretary on the form provided on the back in council chambers. During this portion of the meeting, those present in council chambers are permitted to speak on items that are listed under items not on the agenda during this portion of the meeting. Public comments for scheduled agenda items should wait until that time. Please note that the commission's actions are final unless an appeal is filed with the city clerk within 10 calendar days.
Just a quick note, Zoom participation during this general public comment period will not be accepted. And Chairperson Roberts, I have no speaker cards for general public comment.
Okay, so public is welcome to come up and speak on items that are not on the agenda if they so choose to at this time. Okay, seeing none. Our next item is the consent calendar. There is one set of minutes for the regular meeting of January 16th, 2024. Is there any discussion, or do I have a motion?
I make a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, let's move along here. This time, we will discuss public hearings. And our first public hearing is an amendment to a conditional use permit, a CUP, 00-909-A2, to allow modifications to an existing Arco gas station and car wash located at 2250 Balfour Road. And we have a staff report by Jennifer Hagan. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. The subject application is to consider an amendment to the conditional use permit to allow the modification to an existing Arco gas station and car wash. The project site is located on the southeast corner of Balfour Road and John Muir Parkway and includes the zoning designation within Planned Development 20, sub-area general commercial, and is intended for the development of commercial uses and is designated as general commercial in the city's general plan. Conditional use permit 00-09 was originally approved in 2001 by the Planning Commission to allow for the gas station and convenience store, including off-sale liquor license, and an automated car wash. In May of 2022, the Planning Commission approved a similar amendment to the conditional use permit as to what is before you tonight. However, that approval expired prior to start of construction and is now void. The application before you tonight includes the amendment to the previously approved conditional use permit. The specific improvements include the expansion of the existing car wash tunnel by approximately 20 feet on the west side and 12 feet on the east side. This expansion will allow for the replacement of the car wash equipment located inside the car wash tunnel with a new, quieter conveyor system. The project will also include relocation of the trash enclosure from the west side of the building to the east side of the building and redesigned to comply with current city standards. Lastly, the project will also remove the vacuum equipment on the west side of the building and replace them with new general parking spaces. The new vacuum equipment area and 5 new vacuum designated parking spaces will be added to the east side of the building, covered by 2 new overhead shade canopies, along with a new dog washing station. Overall, the site will be reconfigured to include a total of 14 general use parking spaces and 5 vacuum designated spaces, which would be a net increase of 3 total spaces for the site. Minor exterior changes have been designed to match the existing building, continuing to provide a consistent design with and be harmoniously related to other facilities in the immediate area. The city published a public hearing notice and also mailed to all property owners within 300 feet of the site, and the applicant also posted the site with the required signage. Prior to tonight's meeting, staff has received no comments or concerns on the subject application. Overall, staff has reviewed the proposed project and believes it to be consistent with the goals and policy of the general plan, as well as the designated zoning district. In addition, as proposed, the project is compatible and consistent with the industrial and commercial design guidelines. Lastly, an acoustical analysis was prepared for the project and concluded that the noise levels associated with the car wash and vacuum stalls are expected to comply with the Brentwood Municipal Code for daytime hours of operation. Draft conditions of approval are included that would require noise analysis prior to commencing operation, verifying compliance with these standards. And with that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 24-007, approving the amendment to conditional use permit 00-09 to allow the modification of the existing gas station and car wash located at 2250 Balfour Road as conditioned. And that concludes staff's report.
Thank you, Jennifer. Does the Planning Commission have any clarifying questions for staff? At this time, I first can invite, is the gentleman here?
Oh, I did have just a quick question. for
Sure.
staff. I was just curious about the garbage enclosure, and I was looking at the picture, and there's kind of a rectangle out behind it that kind of goes out into the neighboring parking lot. I was just wondering if the garbage truck is going to create any kind of blockage in that general area and what time it might be there.
Thank you, Commissioner Floor. My name is Alan Bacalar, Director of Engineering. Good question. That outcropping or the rectangle you saw on the plans are probably indicating the clearance requirement that our solid waste vehicles require. We do not foresee any issues. Our solid waste folks have taken a look at the plans. They are okay with it, so there are no concerns at this time.
Fair enough. Thanks, Alan.
More questions from the commissioners?
I just have one question. They said they were going to widen the car wash and lengthen it. So there's I don't want to say it's an alleyway, but there's like a strip behind the car. That's going to go away and they're going to lengthen. Is that what's going to happen?
So it's not going to widen the car wash. It will just lengthen it on the east and west side. There is a pass-by, so if people pull up to the car wash, decide the line's too long, there is a pass-by that is directly to the south of it that you can drive around it in case you decide that you need to go. That will continue to remain there, and that is between the car wash and the existing property to the south.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Brand?
Just a quick question regarding the original acoustical analysis that was done. I kind of put them side by side and I noticed a difference. I was hoping there was a small explanation for it.
So the original plan, I'm not sure which one you were originally looking at. The original application actually had 2 acoustical analysis. So there was one that was attached to the Planning Commission agenda report. Based on comments that we received during after publication of the agenda report, there was concerns within businesses within that center regarding the noise on the adjacent commercial properties. Based on that, the applicant and property owner went out and actually spec'd out a quieter system. And so they provided a secondary analysis on the new quieter system. And that was approved at the previous application, even though it was not what was originally attached to the Planning Commission. It was conditioned as part of the approval at the Planning Commission that night. The acoustical analysis submitted as part of this is consistent with that quieter version that was previously approved.
Right, I mean, they look very similar. I'm just curious, there's this big hump at the top versus the original one. And I'm guessing that had to account for the new vacuum stalls, that maybe that wasn't part of it. I'm just curious if that's.
Staff had asked them to take into further consideration, the vacuum stalls, as well as the acoustics for the blowers for the car wash, and that it is part of the redesign of the vacuum stalls and their distribution of the stalls.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Spaulding?
No questions at this time.
Okay, well, at this time, I will open it up to public hearing.
Do we know if the applicant is going to speak?
Yeah, the applicant and their architect are here and available to speak as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kurt Wagenknecht. I'm with K-12 Architects, and we are the architects on the project. The owner is here also tonight if you need to talk to him, but we're here to answer any questions that you have. We don't have anything else to add at this particular point.
Commissioner Spaulding?
The only question I have for the owner is just the original approval was issued 2 years ago, and we're here 2 years later. I think one of the things that at least past members of the Planning Commission always like is for things to actually get done before they expire. And so what was the cause of the delay?
Just time frame in getting the construction documents done.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Rod?
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Any questions?
I just really want to know where this dog wash is going. I'm just curious. This is just curious.
Sure.
It's been killing me. I saw the picture. I want to know.
It's right next to the vacuums,
Okay,
between the vacuums and the building.
thank you.
Okay, great. That's a great idea. Okay. Well, seeing no more questions, we'll hold your time. Thank you. At this time, I'll open it up to the public.
I have no speaker cards for in-person, so we will go to Zoom. I have one hand raised, Cinziano Tudor.
Hi, good evening. I am just curious what dogs have to do with car washes and how their health and comfort and well-being will be impacted by the noise from the car wash, the noise from the air filling stations, and a vacuum cleaner noise. We own the dog. He hated vacuum cleaner noise. He hated definitely the hose kind of noise, the water coming out of it. He was deeply disturbed. And he was one of the most docile breeds you can ever get. So I'm wondering if there is any study that, including this particular dog washing cleaning station was included, and what the fee will be for it. I probably missed it in the staff report, but these are really my questions because I find it like off the wall kind of item at a car wash slash convenience store slash gas station facility. So that's really my comment. Thank you.
I do have one additional hand raised, Danny Dorman.
Great, thank you. Before I comment, I want to apologize to the Planning Commission. I made an error in the council public comments last week. I applaud you for not accepting the repeal that you guys had to not fight over, but discuss at length. With regards to this project, I really wasn't going to call in until I heard about the dog wash. It's one of those that sound great in theory, but has the applicant or staff considered the possibility of our homeless population with pets gathering and staying there in an attempt to get money? It seems like we have enough challenges with respect to our homeless, and to provide this, and I know it sounds like I'm an animal hater, but I'm not. It's more of a, has this been taken into consideration? To be honest, I've never heard of a drive-through doggy wash, so if there are any other areas that have this type of convenience, I'd love to hear about it. That's it. Thank you.
At this time, I have no additional hands raised.
Okay, I'm going to ask the applicant to come forward, please.
And sir, before you do speak, would you mind hitting that button to the top left to raise your podium so we can hear you clearly? There's a button on the very top. There you go. Push.
Okay, so, oh, there it goes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Fantastic. All right.
I don't know, Jennifer, if you have the site plan.
And more than that, so that we understand, as Jennifer is looking for that information, why don't you explain to us exactly how it works so for our edification?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a very simple area that's it's only about 2.5 feet wide, and you can see a picture of it up there. And the dog is put in, the gate opens and he jumps up there, and it has an automatic, you pay, I'm not sure what the fee's gonna be, but like $10. And it's got a sprayer, like you're taking a shower. It has a sprayer there, and it sprays the dog off, and he's sort of in that little area there. It doesn't collect any water. It goes right down the drain, so it's not like it's a bathtub where it fills up. It just drains automatically. And that's basically it. There's not a lot to this dog wash. It does have shampoo for it, I believe, too. But other than that, it's more or less a quick place for a dog to get washed. The one concern of somebody was how dogs are. Well, if a dog doesn't like being washed, you're not going to bring them here to get washed.
What about the safety factor? So Because there are a lot of people that might try it not knowing about their animal. Is that guardrail high enough for the dog not to just take off and possibly get run over?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
that's great, that's great.
Yeah.
And is this something that, the prototype, is this your prototype? Or is
No,
this something
no, this
that?
is a national company
Okay,
that sells these. Matter of fact, a lot of them are sold at a lot of dog groomers have this type of setup within their shop.
okay.
But-
So are there, have you,
I
I'm sure
have
you
not
did the
used
research.
one
Yeah.
before or installed one before, but
Uh-huh.
it is very simple in terms of its operation.
And for car washes, are there others like this nationally
There,
that you know of?
there are a number of car washes that offer dog washes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get that out there for people to understand that this is not not an anomaly.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Any more questions from the commissioners on this? Thank you, sir.
I'm not sure if this, I don't think this is a question for you. I think it's going to be more for staff. Now that the point was brought up, the caller asked about, I'm not sure how to word it, the control for unhoused population, using this to either wash themselves or their pets. Are there any codes or anything that help the owner in case that were to happen? I mean, this would be something new to Brentwood. I don't know what the owner would do if someone did stay there and ask for money as people come up or use it themselves. And how is that? Did staff talk about that? It's, again, because it's new, it's unique. The only dog washes I've seen have been at truck stops. I haven't seen them in a area like this.
That has not come up. It was not something that staff previously discussed. Since it's private property, it would be something I would typically defer to the police department. So unfortunately, I do not have an answer at this time.
Following up on Jennifer's statement, given the size and anticipated usage of this particular device, I don't think staff has any reason to anticipate that it would be used by people. And she is exactly correct that in so much as this is private property, in the event someone was overstaying their welcome, their recourse would be to address that with the police department, just like any other private property owner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, at this time, I'll close public hearing and move on for any further discussion from the commissioners. Are there? Commissioner Spaulding?
If we could just get a quick vote to close that public hearing, that'd be helpful.
pardon me, yes.
I'll move to close it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Commissioner Spaulding?
I was just going to add, I mean, we've approved this before. I think both the chairperson and I were here.
Mhm.
The design minus the dog wash is primarily the same, and I don't have any sound issues. There's really no homes around there. There are other businesses, and so I think it's, I think it's a pretty simple process. That's it.
Commissioner Johnson?
No questions at this time.
Commissioner Brand?
I looked into a lot of the equipment that he's implementing here, and it's all very high, top of the line. One of my concerns was that the dryer was going to run nonstop. It has a 90-second timer that cuts off.
Mhm.
It's very quiet. It's like comparatively. So all in all, they've done a lot to really minimize the overall impact to the community. And even if it were, I know we did have the Building E cross our path for the Vic Stewart's lot adjacent to it. There's little to no noise impact based on what I've observed here, despite the wall, the south-facing wall of the proposed car wash would be effectively 16 feet, maybe 20 feet from where those original building plans were. but no noise impact that I could see based off of the acoustical analysis. So, yeah, just want to say a couple of things. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Rod?
Sure, I just want to address the dog wash real quick. I don't see a real hazard with it. It seems perfectly fine to me. As council stated, if there's a problem with people that are there asking for money, that's a police issue, and I'm sure that the operator will deal with it. The only thing I kind of notice is that the vacuums are kind of moved from one side to the other, so it looks like they're closer to the restaurant now. But I don't anticipate that's going to be a huge problem. The restaurant doesn't open until 4 anymore, so I just don't see a lot of problems here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that said, I will look for a motion on this agenda item.
I make a motion to adopt resolution 24-007, approving an amendment to the conditional use permit 00-09 as further detailed in the staff report.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck. Okay, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Consideration and possible amendment of, pardon me, that's not the next agenda item. Application for conditional use permit amendment to modify the hours of operation and enrollment for the Vineyard Academy Christian School, as well as a new pedestrian connection and driveway along Grant Street. At this time, staff report will be given by Jennifer Hagan. Thank you, Jennifer.
Chair, I have a statement to read for this. May I?
Yes, of course you may.
Thank you. For the record, I wanted to acknowledge that my child currently attends Marsh Creek Elementary. He will, however, be moving to another school after this school year, before the permit in question tonight would be effective in its amendment. I believe that I am and can be a fair and impartial decision maker as to this matter, and I will not make a final decision on it until all testimony has been provided and we have deliberated. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Brand. Okay.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. As you had indicated, the application before you tonight is for a conditional use permit amendment for modified hours of operation, increased enrollment, a new pedestrian connection and driveway along Grant Street for Vineyard Academy Christian School. The subject site is an approximately 5.64 acres and is comprised of 3 parcels located south of Grant Street between Adams Lane and Lone Oak Road at the Rock of Brentwood Church property. In June of 2022, the City Council approved a conditional use permit amendment for the operation of the Vineyard Academy Christian School and a design review for the design and construction of the modular buildings for the school. As part of the conditional use permit approval, conditions were included limiting the hours of operation as well as limiting the maximum number of enrollment students to 160 at any given time. The school has been operating out of the existing church building while the approved modular buildings are under construction. The modular buildings approved under the design review application and associated conditions of approval are not part of tonight's application. Once the modular buildings and site improvements are completed and ready for inspection, staff will verify that that project has been constructed per the conditions of approval of the design review application and the approved plans. The application before you tonight is to allow for the modified hours of operation and increased enrollment from 160 to 230 students, including new preschool-aged children for the private Christian school, which would be a preschool and grades K through 8. The requested operational changes are proposed to take place beginning of next school year, once the modular buildings and all site improvements currently under construction are completed. The school proposes to separate hours of operation between the preschool, elementary, and middle school aged children, each having separate pickup and drop-off times as shown here. In addition to the operational changes, they're also proposing to add a pedestrian connection and driveway, which would be right in and right out along Grant Street for the school. Vehicular access is currently provided via one driveway on Adams Lane along the southerly edge of the project site. As proposed, the project will include a new secondary driveway along Grant Street that will allow for right-in and right-out access and circulation. In order to minimize conflicts with Marsh Creek Elementary School across Adams Lane, Vineyard Academy Christian School has previously staggered its school hours to begin later and end earlier than Marsh Creek Elementary. The school also implemented a traffic circulation plan within the on-site parking lot. As part of the circulation plan, school staff members direct and facilitate the flow of vehicles entering and exiting the parking lot during school pickup and drop-off times. In order to further alleviate traffic concerns, the applicant split drop-off and pickup times for the elementary and middle school students, with middle school students, which would be approximately 75 students next year, to start at 8 a.m. and be dropped off approximately 30 minutes before Marsh Creek Elementary School, and the elementary school students, which would be approximately 145 students, to start at 9 a.m., which will be dropped off approximately 30 minutes after Marsh Creek Elementary School. In order to allow Vineyard Academy to operate in a manner that does not conflict with Marsh Creek Elementary School, which the city has no control over operations, including enrollment or bell schedule, the following conditions of approval have been added. Since the bell schedule for Marsh Creek may change from year to year, as conditioned, minor changes to Vineyard Academy's drop-off and pickup times may be allowed to avoid conflict, subject to approval of the Director of Community Development. The overall capacity at any given time will also be limited to 230 students. In addition, the applicant will continuously implement a vehicle circulation plan to direct the flow of traffic in a manner to avoid conflict with traffic associated with the elementary school. Lastly, if there is a concern regarding parking, circulation, or any other impact, a draft condition of approval is included to allow review of the permit by the Community Development Director, and if needed, return to the Planning Commission for additional conditions or even revocation of the permit. The City of Brentwood published the public hearing notice and mailed to all property owners within 300 feet, and the applicant also posted the project site with the required signage. Staff has received 2 similar comments included in the that have been forwarded onto the Planning Commission ahead of tonight's hearing, which included concerns regarding sidewalk and pedestrian concerns related to the new driveway along Grant Street, as well as cut-through traffic and associated concerns along Lone Oak Road. The project has been reviewed in accordance with the city code and CEQA, and overall, although the project is proposing minimal physical changes to the site related to the new driveway, changes would not result in any impacts or negative impacts to the environment. Operationally, the project site is already functioning as a school, and the proposed increase in enrollment would not generate growth or increases in students in Brentwood or the surrounding areas, as it would be presumed that students are either attending school elsewhere in the community or will be new students starting school for the very first time. As such, the proposed project would not result in any direct or indirect impacts to the environment, and therefore the project is exempt from CEQA review. Based on this, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the attached resolution approving the conditional use permit amendment CUP 08-31-A5 to allow the modification of the hours of operation, the increase of enrollment, and the new pedestrian connection and driveway along Grant Street for the Vineyard Academy Christian School. And that concludes staff's report. Planning staff is available, as well as the city engineering and traffic staff, and then representatives from the applicant and Vineyard Academy are also here as well.
Okay, thank you. At this time, are there any clarifying questions for staff? Commissioner Spaulding?
So just from a process standpoint, if traffic becomes a challenge, I think it was condition 16, the CUP could be reviewed by the Community Development Director first, and then could come to the Planning Commission. Could the Planning Commission or City Council also, would the Development Director have to initiate some sort of inspection first, or could the City Council or Planning Commission request a review of the CUP without that step happening?
At any time, the Planning Commission or the City Council could request review of the conditional use permit application without going it to the director first.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure we're going to have questions about traffic, so I'll let someone else ask that.
Commissioner Johnson?
So the new sidewalk, well, not sidewalk, driveway. Some people had some concerns about traffic. How are they going to delineate, that there's a driveway here so kids just don't keep going? Besides the obvious fact that there's a driveway there, but is there anything that's going to happen in that area?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Great question. Obviously, you're right. It will be a new driveway and a currently continuous sidewalk. There will be obvious visible signs that there is a driveway. We'll make sure through our plan check process to make sure that there is adequate clearance, for both the driver and the pedestrians as they approach that driveway, that they can see each other, make right decisions as to whether to cross, whether it's safe to cross, and for a driver, whether it's safe to make that right turn. Same for vehicles turning in to the right, and there'll be clear visibility as to that. But we'll make sure through signage as well, as much notices as possible for the pedestrians. And I would say, I would say that would be.
The other question is, you can make a right turn into this new driveway, so you can go and make a right.
Correct.
Is there is there a right turning lane on that street? Left, I guess, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can right turn out.
Mm-hmm. My understanding, there is no dedicated right turn lane for this driveway. Just to add, that driveway out, as vehicles are leaving, they will probably be stop controlled, meaning they'll have to come to a complete stop before, and making sure that's clear before they go.
And then they can right turn in.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Floyd?
Sure, Alan. Continuing on with the sidewalk, it's my understanding, and looking at the diagram, there's no sidewalk on the other side of the street. There was just the one sidewalk that we're going to be contemplating a driveway on. And you mentioned, visibility. My understanding is that from comments I've received is that children going to Marsh Creek Elementary and being an elementary school, I assume they're small children, will be using that sidewalk, and there is talk about the hours. But as far as a small child, should we be relying on small children to make eye contact with the driver? Is this something that it's been a long time since I lived with a small child. It's been a couple decades. And my stepson was pretty ADHD, and I wouldn't let him cross the street without holding his hand because his mother would have had me. So I just wonder, is that the only safety consideration, is just relying on the pedestrian to make eye contact with the driver?
Thank you, Commissioner Floor. Per our California Vehicle Code, there are requirements for both pedestrians and drivers to be cognizant of what's going on and making sure before they make any movement that it's safe. Understanding, I see your point with regards to younger children here, elementary school age kids. Ideally they would be with their parents, but then that may or may not be the case all the time. However, as far as staff, we are relying on California Vehicle Code. We're kind of early on the process, but we may, other measures we could look at is having a crossing guard, possibly.
Yeah, I'd like that to be part of a condition.
And continuing, since I did bring up Marsh Creek Elementary, I didn't notice in the packet anywhere, are the hours for the elementary school mentioned in the packet? And what are they?
They're there.
Yeah, they are there, and then I also had it as part of my slide. There was one error.
53.
Page 53?
Yeah.
I won't pull it up if you can just tell me what the hours are.
Here, if you'd like to look at the slide, this has the,
Oh, perfect.
oh, I
We were
did
just
it
looking at it.
oh, sorry.
Whoops.
I made the change in this slide to the incorrect early bird kindergarten. So actually the one that's underlined at the top for Vineyard Academy is 10:30, and down on Marsh Creek early bird, it should actually be 12:30. So those two, that is an error on this slide, but Marsh Creek Elementary early birds do get out at 12:20. The rest of the slide is correct.
So early bird kindergarten at Marsh Creek starts at 8:20, 20 minutes after.
The early bird
Vineyard
preschool
early
and the middle
bird.
school.
And first and third at 8:20, whereas the middle school is at 8. So it does seem that there's some overlap there. I mean, you know, again, we're talking about kids not always known for punctuality. So just making a comment at this point. I know we're still in clarifying questions. And I was also curious about the enrollment expansion, and this might just more be for the applicant, so I'll hold that for the applicant. Thank you.
Commissioner Brand?
And just for clarification on the proposed driveway, turning right onto Grant, I thought I heard it, but is there an allowance to turn in to that driveway as well as go out?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, just the circulation wasn't super clear as far as that's concerned, but it makes sense because on the eastern side of the building, you have drop off and then pickup is on the other side for, was it elementary? I'd have to look again, but thank you.
Commissioner Spaulding?
So this came before us before it went to city council. The new modular buildings. Did expansion of the size of the school, was that brought up? I can't remember. I don't think it was.
As part of that application at that time, they were looking for 160 students for enrollment at that time.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and one clarifying question from me. This project never brought about, we never had a discussion about school buses coming onto this property, right?
No, not my recollection.
Okay, I'm just checking. Okay. So the transportation is primarily going to be parents dropping the children off? Okay. All right.
Chair
That's
Roberts, forgive me, I totally forgot to ask my middle question, which is there any kind of a traffic study done for this driveway?
No, there was not.
Thank you.
Well, should we bring up the traffic engineer now or should we wait?
Given that these are just clarifying questions at this point, that might be a little more in depth. So
Okay.
perhaps you'd like to hear from the public first.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you. At this time, we'll open it up for public comments. I have the applicant, if they'd like to step forward, to come forward and speak with us.
Good evening. I'm Mike Curtis. I'm the principal of Vineyard Academy. Were there any questions?
And?
Sure, I'll ask. Last year, we were asked to approve the modular buildings for 160 students. There was some discussion at that time that was the need, and now it's 230. And I was just curious, like, forgive me, I was here and my memory's a little hazy on it. I seem to remember that the purpose of the modular building was to accommodate the entire student body. So if with 230 students, are you going to go back to using parts of the other building, or are they all going to fit into this modular building?
So currently we're operating in both the main building and would be operating in the portables as well. So the 230 is strictly kind of a plan for the future, that if we could fill every desk, that would be our maximum capacity.
Okay, and so you're thinking that you're going to start at a smaller number, and you just
and we would
want to
just
be able to plan without having to come back.
Right.
That makes sense.
Okay. Commissioner Spaulding?
So you needed the modular buildings last year that were approved, And sounds like you're still going to have, you would go back to using the current buildings as well? If you got to
The plan
230? I'm trying to
is-
figure out what's next.
Yeah.
Because what's next feels
But-
like 230 could become 300 with more space. And I want to make sure we understand what the next ask is, because you didn't ask for 230 when you asked for the building. You said 160, and now we're here a year later saying 230 with an impact on traffic for a school down the street. So I just want to understand, well, one, why wasn't that brought up first in the approval? And no, you didn't need to, but it feels a little bit, to me, a little bit, moving the bar a little bit. But then my other concern is, okay, if we approve this, and if it's not pulled or appealed at the city council level and they approve it, what's next? Because that's what my feeling is you just did with the 160 to now 230, you're asking for it.
So again, the 230 is for any planned growth in the future so that we can, it's difficult, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold. It's difficult because, for example, right now we are doing our re-enrollment, which is current families re-enrolling for the next year. And then March to, the month of March would be open enrollment. So that would be for anybody that's on a wait list, any new families moving into town could then come in and apply. And so we have to plan now for 24, 25. And so we just thought it would make sense to get that enrollment from the 160 to our maximum, which would be 230. I don't know that we would ever achieve that, but that would be, again, just a student for every desk that we've got. Beyond that, what the growth could or potentially be, I don't know. But that would be all we could do with the existing facility. So if we were going to grow beyond that, we would have to come back with plans to expand the building, build another building, add more portables. I mean, we'd have to do something else. So for the foreseeable future, with the resources that we have, it would be the 230.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, can you tell me what your growth rate was over the last 2 years in terms of student population? Just about?
Roughly, I would say maybe 10%. And we lose some families, and then we gain some families.
But you're growing at a 10% clip?
Yeah, I would have to, check with my school staff, but I would say somewhere between 5 and 10.
And current population?
Pardon me?
Current student population?
We're at 160, so
You're at the 160
we have
right
maximum
now.
of 160, correct.
And you've grown over 10% over the last 2 years?
Well, we're holding at 160, so any potential growth would just go onto a wait list.
Okay.
So that if a student leaves mid-year, if they're in the appropriate grade, we could go to the wait list and move a student into it.
So you're at okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Floyd?
Yeah, again, just so it's clear in my head, if we're being asked to approve up to 230 students, are they all going to fit in that modular building, or would they go back to some of them being over in the main building?
Our plan has always been to use the 1, 2, 3, 4 classrooms that are in the main building in conjunction with the 6 new classrooms in the portables.
And you'll be doing that even with 160 students?
Yes.
So the question is, where are the other 70 students going to fit in?
So they wouldn't be, for example, in some of the junior high classes, we wouldn't be at full capacity in those classrooms until we get the approval to raise the enrollment.
Right.
Commissioner Brand?
As far as addressing the circulation within the property, I know that there's already extensive attendees and such that help facilitate the drop-off there and pickup.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some type of plan to demonstrate how that's going to be on both corners of the property to facilitate that entry and exit to both Grant and Adams?
I'm not sure I understand your question. We would have staff at both locations, and we would set up a circulation plan that would use one or both of those exits. So if a parent preferred to go out Adams and then continue on straight, they could go out Adams and continue on straight. If it was more convenient for them to right out onto Grant, because that's where they would be heading anyway, then we could alleviate some of that traffic off of Adams and push it on to Grant.
So at the, if I'm understanding that correctly, is at the discretion of the attendee to, or I don't know what you call them, I apologize.
Well, it's going to
Yeah.
be a kind of a plan-in process, much like our circulation plan is currently. We've made improvements to it, we've made adjustments to it. So we would do the same thing now with a second exit. We would set up an original plan, and then certainly tweak and improve it as we see opportunities to do that.
Understood. And as far as signage and other clear indications of, call it intention of flow, I don't know how to say that, but what's being done to sort of mitigate I'll just say, the flow of traffic to areas like Lone Oak, which provide a clear thoroughfare back down to O'Hara?
So I'm familiar with Lone Oak. We have friends that live in that area. I don't personally use it because it's not a convenient thoroughfare. It's kind of small and it has a lot of twists and turns in it. We have purposefully asked our parents not to, if they were going to go that way, to go all the way down to Brentwood Boulevard. And they have honored every other request that we've made of them, coming right in and right out, and the time frames and everything else. So I have no reason to believe that they would attempt to use what I would consider a secondary artery that's not going to save them a lot of time.
So there is active communication
Yes.
between you and your the parents of students.
We've been, for the last 2 years, we've asked them, if you're leaving and you're going to the right, don't go down Lone Oak, go down to Brentwood Boulevard and take out, and then to make your right-hand turn.
Understood. Okay. That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, so I see that you've got a substantial amount of parking for, I guess, the teachers and staff and whoever might be visiting. You got 87 on-site parking spaces, correct?
Correct.
And most of them, I think you've got ADA. That ratio looks good.
Yes.
I guess my only concern is the safety factor. I mean, you're bumping it up, maybe not right now and not in this moment, but at some point, well, certainly at this point, do you have a safety guard over there?
Well, our entire staff is out during pickup and drop off for the students that are being picked up and dropped off.
Okay.
So the teachers are there, the aides are there, and the office personnel also assist. So someone had made a comment about potentially having staff on the Grant Street area as kind of a crossing guard. We could very easily accommodate that. So if there were children that were we could hold up our cars, let the kids pass, and then let the cars continue.
Yeah, I think that's wise. Okay, great.
Madam Chair, there's also a permanent crossing guard across Grant on the other side of the street,
Okay, great.
but not across Adams.
Right.
Right.
So as long as wherever the children are, have their little feet walking, there's someone there to
Yes.
ensure that they're safe.
Yes.
I guess that would be my only concern. Okay, well, at this time, thank you so much. We'll hold your time and open it up for public comments.
Through the chair,
Yes.
I have, one speaker card for this item. We'll go ahead and go to Tom Gwinnett.
Good evening, everybody. My neighbors played a mean joke, and I'm the only one that showed up, but I think there's going to be some video. I'm very familiar with Lone Oak Road as well. Lived there about 23 years, bought property from my wife's grandfather who's been there since the 40s. So know everybody there. Safety and traffic are my concern. We cannot go out Caper to get on O'Hara now during school hours. So probably want to think about a red light there, but what's happening is people are cutting through Lone Oak to make that loop. I know it's not convenient, and Lone Oak is not a very wide road. In fact, on the way here, I almost got hit by somebody flying down that road. 7 or 8 years ago, we went and put flowers on Grant Street and O'Hara because our neighbor was killed. She was ran over by somebody taking their student to school, turning from O'Hara onto Grant Street. So what my main concern is, all the property around us was ranchettes. Last year, we got together and now there's 53 homes being put in there. And now I understand it's going to be 100. So we're going to have 100 new homes. We're going to have the existing schools. We're going to have more students. And then to put a right-hand turn there, they're going to come down and turn along and go down Lone Oak. There are kids down that street. It's not a wide street. I'm concerned about the safety, and I'm concerned about even being able to come to and from my home where I've been a long time. So it's a great school. It's a great idea. I wish there was more of them around here. But I'm very concerned about the safety, and that's why I came in tonight. So thanks for listening to me.
Thank you very much.
This time I have no other people present in the chambers with speaker cards, so we'll go to Zoom. Danny Dorman.
Hello again. Again, this is another item where it sounds good in theory. First and foremost, for me, this would be non-negotiable, a crossing guard, not teachers, not admin, a dedicated crossing guard. Because as was mentioned, there's already a school nearby, and you can look at San Jose Avenue. If you want to talk about convenience, they use the excuse me, TJ Maxx driveway as a street because of traffic congestion. As the gentleman said, there's going to be somewhere between 60 and who knows how many homes right there at the corner. I am a wee bit concerned about the 70 additional children. If this were a developer and these were homes, and once they came in saying we only went 168 and then they come back, they want to expand the sidewalk, and oh, by the way, we're going to have 70 more homes, this would be up in arms. This is something I know we need from the standpoint of schools, whether they be public or private. I'm 14-year Catholic school raised, so I am a big fan of private learning. But we are talking about kids, and we have to talk about the reality of the path of least resistance. You're going to have parents that are going to be flying in and out. Yeah, if that's been going on since there have been kids in schools and cars. So to be a wee bit naive, or we haven't had this problem, or we have pinky promises from our parents that everyone will abide. I really think these questions need to be fleshed out a bit more, particularly the 70 head count. That is odd. And this was last year, as the commissioner stated, in 1 year, it went from 160 to 220 or 230. And if there's a waiting list, then by default, the expectation is they're going to have whatever number they're projecting. If they have a waiting list right now at 160, then you would have to think that there are more kids than there are seats. And these are things that the neighbors have to take into consideration the safety of the kids, the safety of the neighborhood. I truly believe this is one of those where you may want to go back to staff, especially since they didn't do a traffic study, and you're relying on conjecture, promises, and maybes, and we really need to get out of the habit of conjecture, promises, and maybes. Thank you.
We have two more hands raised. We'll have Keith Schaefer, followed by Cinziana Tador. Keith?
Hello, Commission. Thank you for allowing me to. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I think it resonates very well that everybody talking about safety, not necessarily the school and in its ability to teach our children. Safety is priority number one. And number two, it's really about our neighborhood. I live on Gracie Lane, very near Tom, who spoke earlier. There are people that race up and down our road already because they're lost. And this right in, right out will inevitably allow people to cut through Lone Oak, Caper, and even Gracie Lane, although we are a dead end right now. People don't pay attention to signs. They go down Gracie Lane. They get upset that there's a dead end, and then they race back to get to Lone Oak. The increased flow of traffic is inevitable with the amount of students they're asking to come to their school. As Tom mentioned, our streets are very, very narrow. They're 17 feet wide and there are no sidewalks. We have elderly people. We have people that walk dogs day in, day out, going down Lone Oak and Gracie Lane and Caper. Although Caper does have sidewalks, the rest of it does not. It's going to be a very bad safety issue, and there needs to be consideration for that. As the applicant said, the streets are small and there's a lot of twists and turns. There's two 90-degree turns, and trying to do that in a 17-foot road is difficult at best, much less trying to avoid somebody that may or may not be walking there. I also wanted to point out that Adams does not have a turning lane, neither for going in or exiting this proposed right in, right out, which is going to effectively stop traffic on Adams Lane going east. I think that needs to be a consideration as well. And then lastly, I hate to assume. I don't do that in my own business, so I'm not going to do that here and ask that there be sure that there's a fire study, that the fire department has looked at this occupancy and that is acceptable. Thank you.
Next, we have Cinziana Tador.
Good evening, and thank you for the can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, because my clock is at 5 minutes, so I appreciate it if it stays there for the next 15 minutes. I have a lot to say about this, as you know very well. So really, I'm very passionate about this and I'm very frustrated about this. And I want to start by saying ditto to every single thing that previous speakers said, not to Mike Curtis, because it does really sound like the cold ate his brain. He forgot to say, oh, we have a waiting list. Where is it? Why is it not part of the staff report? Why was it not provided? On top of that, why is his entire staff attending traffic mitigation and control while the kids were already dropped off? Are the kids left alone? I'm just pausing because that's a big concern for me. Also, how do you raise enrollment mid-year for your school? That's a big unknown for me. I understand transfers in public schools, continuous education type of situation, but it's very rare to say, mid-year parents found a pile of money and they will put their kids in private school. Anyway, my main concern is, again, around safety of my neighborhood. I live on Lone Oak Road. My office window faces the corner of Caper and Lone Oak Road. I know for a fact that at least four parents bringing their kids to Vineyard Academy drive on my street on a daily basis. I cannot disclose names because they are prominent public figures in this city, and I will not go to that length just to protect their privacy. But I know who they are. I know their cars. I see them driving down a Caper, Lone Oak Road, and going to Vineyards Academy. So I cannot take the lies from Mike Curtis anymore, saying that, oh, we advise our parents to take a certain route and not impact the neighborhoods around us because we want to be good neighbors. Did they sign a disclosure or some sort of agreement when they enroll their children that we will not take Lone Oak Road or, cut through the neighborhoods and this is the route we're committing to? I did not hear that commitment. So that's a pure lie based on my observation. On top of that, since Vineyard Academy opened 3 years ago in our neighborhood, we've seen traffic increase. The city ignored our requests for traffic counts, traffic monitoring, and even possibly installing traffic calming measures that are within city's purview to do that, to protect existing residents when this type of establishments come around. Unexpected. Also, what I would like to ask you is go through the conditions of approval of their previous, what you previously approved, one by one, and see what was satisfied and what was not. I can guarantee you at least half, if not more, are not, you cannot check them off your list. So how can you expand the CUP when they could not even satisfy half of their conditions of approval previously granted? On top of that, I would like to ask you to take a conservative approach, ask for data on current state of circulation, traffic, and enrollment. Thank you.
The speaker's time has expired. We do have one extra hand raised. Julie Schaefer.
Yes, hi. Thank you for hearing me out tonight. I am pretty much going to reiterate what everyone has said about Lone Oak. It's really important that this is considered. Basically, when people are going to take a right out of that school, they're not going to go onto Grant. They're not going to go all the way down to Brentwood Boulevard and go all the way around Brentwood when they can just cut through our neighborhood, which they already do. I'm with Cynthiana. I work from home. we've had a considerable amount of increase of people on our roads. It never used to be this busy. So to give them even more of an opportunity, or actually to only have the opportunity that junior high to take a right out, they're going to cut through Lone Oak. It's a serious safety issue. As everyone said, the road's very narrow. We have no sidewalks. We have a lot of elderly people walking on the roads. 2 cars can barely fit on our road, and you can't really have 2 cars, one in each direction with a pedestrian. Everyone runs through the stop sign on Gracie and Lone Oak. That's another issue that's been happening since we've been getting more traffic from the school. So to add another 75 students, potentially another 75 parents picking up their children, taking them home, it's going to cause more traffic. They're going to cut through on our road. I mean, I think it's completely unrealistic to think they're not going to do it. I can guarantee it. I mean, I've raised 2 kids. They went to Heritage. I know what it's like during school hours. And, asking the parents, I think that's a great thing to do, but I don't think that matters. I think you can ask the parents. I think you can send multiple notices. You can put signs up. People are going to do what they want to do to get home quicker, period. So I'm asking the Planning Commission to not approve this for safety reasons. When the Shea project was approved, we went through a 2-year battle with them not to have their entrance to their project onto Lone Oak or Gracie. All the neighbors banded together. We battled it out. We finally got, made big enough stink about the whole thing that did not happen. And we'll do that again if we have to. So again, we're just trying to protect our neighborhood, keep it safe. And I think the school needs to come up with another option to use the in and out that they have currently, whether that's changing their hours again. I don't know, whatever they can come up with, but the current idea, I just don't think is a good idea. Thank you very much.
At this time, Chairperson Roberts, I have no other hands raised.
Thank you. Okay, well, at this time, we'll go ahead and close public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any nays? Okay. All right, so let's have the discussion. Commissioner Johnson.
The traffic issue that I've heard about is concerning. So just for my edification, does anyone know, are there like stop signs or any kind of signs that tell people that, because I don't think you can go down that Lone Oak and come out the other side, can you? You can.
So I see
Commissioner Spaulding,
I
go
see
ahead.
our traffic engineer in the audience nodding his head. Mr. Gersvan, I think it probably makes sense for you to.
Yeah, I think we need the traffic engineer up here.
I've never heard that before. Good evening, planning commissioners. Fire away.
Okay.
Your question is, are there signs? The intersection of Lone Oak and Grant is a 3-way stop. You can take a right from Grant onto Lone Oak, which then takes a right onto Gracie, a left onto Lone Oak, and I apologize, this is confusing, I get it. And then you can take a right and Caper will take you back to O'Hara.
Chair Roberts.
You could share my screen.
Chair Roberts.
Yes.
I have a map up of the area on my screen. If I can get,
He's putting it up now.
that was a little hard, but okay.
Could you go over that with us again one more time now that we have the map up?
Yeah, Jennifer, do me a favor. It's
You got a
you
pointer?
can see the white line that heads up and down off of Grant right there. That is Lone Oak.
Mhm.
You come up, if you're headed south, you would then take a right onto what is Gracie and then a left onto the continuation of Lone Oak up to Caper, where you would take a right, which takes you back to O'Hara. We have done numerous traffic studies and counts in the area, so we have data as well.
All right, this might not be for you, but am I speaking out of turn?
No, by all
Okay,
means, go
just
ahead.
checking.
Still your turn.
The gentleman in the audience mentioned there was new homes coming. Where are those new homes going?
That big empty field there,
Okay.
that's gonna, oh, sorry. That's gonna be all new homes, and that traffic hasn't even hit yet, so.
The new homes don't have access to Lone Oak or to Caper. They have direct access only in and off of Adams.
Which is gonna compound the school traffic, because we're all going on the same street.
Commissioner Spaulding?
So you mentioned you had data?
We received requests for speed bumps on Caper, and we received a request for speed bumps on Lone Oak. Caper, at the time of this study, which was March of 2020, so it was before COVID affected traffic, showed basically about 500 cars a day. Traffic enforcement police officers typically issue citations when you are going 10 over the posted. So in a residential area, they will ticket at 35 and above. On Caper for this study, westbound, which is headed toward O'Hara, there were 2 cars going over 35, and in eastbound direction, 0.
Over what time period?
Over a 24-hour period. Lone Oak carries about 250, so about half of what Caper carries. Over 35 in one direction, 3, and in the other direction, 3. At the end of the day, and this happens a lot, the data that we collect determines whether or not you will get a speed bump. I just collect the data. We receive so many that we have to have a policy in place. Neither of these streets met that policy. What we did in order to address the issue is, I think Cinziana alluded to it, we do put our traffic monitors, which is the radar speed sign, out to inform drivers of their speed. That's not how I collect the data. I collect the data with on-ground counters that you don't know are there, because the data from a radar feedback sign is obviously going to be skewed. So we can continue to monitor. I think one thing to remember is you've got a school across the street that has 750 kids on it versus Vineyards Academy, which has, let's just say for the sake of argument, 150. So you're looking at 5 times more children across the street. To look at Vineyards Academy and blame them for all this traffic on Lone Oak and Caper, I don't think is correct. There are other people using the street. One thing that I have done, and I've done it on 3 occasions, is I've sat in the Vineyards Academy parking lot and I've watched it. If every school in Brentwood did a good a job as Vineyards Academy does with traffic, I probably would have a much better day every day. They have people out on Adams ensuring that if you are to turn right into their parking lot and it backs onto Adams, they send you around. So one advantage you receive with the new driveway on Grant is that you don't have to go all the way around and back to that access point. You can actually just take a right on Grant and then get into the school. So it could actually be a decrease in traffic on Vineyards, on Lone Oak from Vineyards. The right in, right out was purposely done because I don't want a vehicle stopped on Grant Street waiting to turn left and everybody else behind them has to wait. So that's why that is going to be designed and built as a right in, right out. I probably answered a bunch of questions that you didn't even ask, and I apologize for that, but let me get back to you. You asked me the questions and I'll answer them.
No, I think that you're going in the direction I was going, trying to figure out the impact, right? Because we have a development that's going to go in. You're going to have additional cars all in this area. And you and I have discussed this, well, you and us have discussed this before in terms of would it be feasible to, because I've seen this in other communities around schools, for Lone Oak during school hours where you can't take a right from Grant onto Lone Oak? Because listening to the residents, which is my primary concern, is that's their concern. It's not the school. It's the safety of their leaving the house and if someone goes there. And I know you did a 24-hour study almost 4 years ago. It's the only data we have. How feasible is that to do? Because I realize it becomes an enforcement issue, but if there's a sign there and becomes a ticketable offense, because I see it all, around a number of areas in many cities around where the bridges are. And I don't see any traffic going against those signs. So I have no data to support that statement except me driving that way to take shortcuts to get off the freeways to get to the bridge. So would that help the residents' concerns of traffic on Lone Oak? Because obviously if you take traffic off Lone Oak, then you don't need to worry about the rest of it.
One thing to remember, if you put that in place, if you're a resident of Lone Oak, you can't take a right either. So you're now going to force the residents to go down Caper. To answer your question easily, yes, we can put that sign up. Very difficult to enforce. I'd have to have a police officer there almost every single day. If I thought it was a solution that had merit, I would offer it. And quite frankly, if you say, you know what, let's make that a condition, you want to put that up, we can do that. We do have them around town. We have it on Mountain View at Balfour Road near American Avenue, everybody's favorite intersection, and it does not allow left turns during certain hours, mainly morning drop-off, afternoon pickup. We have them at Bristow Middle School. When you come out of their driveway, right turn only. To put up a sign saying no right turn during certain hours is possible. The drivers who pay attention to it are probably not the drivers you have a problem with in the first place. But if it's something you wanted to explore, we could. I have my doubts as to its effectiveness.
Are they effective in the rest of town where you mentioned?
You know what's effective is peer pressure. At Bristow, if you go to take a left, you get 117 parents behind you honking the horn. And it is effective. But I do get calls asking for the police department to spend some time out there because there come certain times of the day when people don't always pay attention to the rules. Unfortunately, this is why I have a job. So, I mean, as I said, yes, we could do it. Don't be surprised if we do it and the first person to get a ticket actually lives on Lone Oak. But it's possible. I would question its effectiveness. I think in time, people are just not going to bother.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Floyd.
Thank you. Looking at the map, it would be easier if I could drag a mouse around and point things out. But let's just start at Grant Street in Lone Oak. And then you go down Lone Oak south, and then you turn right on Gracie, and you go out to the end of the Gracie, it's a dead end. If you didn't turn on Lone Oak, you could go over to that other little neighborhood, and it's all dead ends. You would have to, your alternative would be to go to Brentwood Boulevard if you didn't want a dead end. Going back into the Lone Oak area, Gracie's a dead end, Country Court's a dead end. Lone Oak goes down to Lone Oak Court's another dead end. You go on a caper, and then there's some side streets. They're all dead ends. What it looks like to me is that this neighborhood was not ever conceived as a neighborhood to drive through. It looks like a neighborhood where it was mostly for people to drive into and out of. Otherwise, they could have made more connections to some of these arterials, and they didn't. So I'm just wondering, given that, if capacity isn't going to be a problem here, and what I'm hearing from the residents that live on this road is it's already a hazard. They're already having bad experiences. They're saying that there's no sidewalks on Lone Oak. Is that correct?
Not on the section that runs from Grant to Gracie. That is a little 17-foot wide road with ditches on each side. It is, and quite frankly, that's traffic calming at its best. You can't go fast on that street because of the narrowness, and two cars, when they pass each other, have to do so at a rather low speed, and it's an uneasy field to drive down that section of street. So I completely agree that you should not have vehicles using it as a cut through. But let's remember, this is a public street. You are entitled to use it. I can't control where they go. I can try and control how they go because I can put PD out there, but it is at the end of the day a public street.
Sure, and your concern is, with the law and it's a public road. My concern is that there are pedestrians, elderly, pets, children walking on the road with no sidewalk, and there's traffic. And what I'd like to hear is, how can we mitigate that? How can we make things better so that this makes more sense to the people that live there? Because right now, what I'm hearing is this just doesn't make sense to the people that live there, and I hear them loud and clear. And I just want to know, I mean, I'm hearing a lot about what we can't do. I want to hear how we can make this safe for everybody.
I will give you the quickest answer I can. Turn it into a cul-de-sac so that you cannot get out on the other end. That is the quickest and easiest way. However, with that said, we would have to look if we have the right of way to build such a cul-de-sac at the end of that street. 1, 2, we would have to reach out to the neighbors and the people who live there. I'm not going to start changing traffic patterns without some input from the residents. But if that's something that we ultimately want to look at, that would eliminate the cut-through traffic, and only the people who live on the street would have access.
So I'll accept your answer that there's no practical way to make this safe.
Well, one thing to remember is if your idea is, gee, let's improve it, let's make it 24 feet wide with curb, gutter, and sidewalk, now you're going to get more cars and they're going to go faster than what they were going before. So ultimately, I need to know, what is it that we're trying to accomplish? And I believe your question is, let's make it safer. We're not going to widen that street because, first of all, I don't think we own the right of way to widen the street. And quite frankly, I think if you took a poll of the people who live there, they probably don't want it widened. They probably like it the way it is. And I get their concern. It shouldn't be used as a shortcut. And I applaud Vineyards Academy for trying and asking their parents not to use it. And I get that that's not in stone, and a parent can say, great, I'm going to do it anyway. But I will tell you that on those occasions when I've watched that traffic at that school, those parents listen and they abide by the rules and they get it. If I had more parents who drove like that, I'd probably be a lot better, a lot happier every day. Anyway, at the end of the day, we're going to have to decide what is it that we want to do on Lone Oak to help them. I don't think that's what's up here tonight. You can't ask Vineyards Academy to turn Lone Oak into a cul-de-sac. That's not fair.
I have no
they're
intention of doing
1/5 of
that.
the other. Maybe it's a discussion for another night, and maybe it's a meeting out in the neighborhood that says, hey, what would you like us to do? I've looked at speed bumps, and quite frankly, that section we wouldn't put them on anyway. But I don't think at the end of the day that you're looking at a speeding problem. You're looking at a volume problem. There's more cars on that street than should be there. You want to fix that, then you don't allow through traffic and you turn it into a cul-de-sac.
All right. So again, what I'm hearing is that there's not a good practical way to make this safer.
If I had an answer to make it safer, I would give it to you.
I understand the answers
right?
that you're
I mean,
giving.
that's my job. I got to make every street in this town safer.
Absolutely.
We'd have to sit down and really look at this thing on what is it that we're trying to accomplish. And like I said, we have to bring the residents along for the ride. We're not going to go out there and make any wholesale changes without their approvals.
I'm sure the residents on this street that I've talked to seem motivated to do that. This commission has a decision to make tonight. I was looking for mitigations that would make my decision-making easier, and you're not. And I'm not saying this in any way to be critical. I mean, I believe what you're saying. I admire your expertise. And what you're saying is that there's not a way for us to make this safer. And it would be extremely expensive, if possible at all. Right-of-ways, speed bumps not appropriate. So there just isn't really any good answer to the traffic problem here.
I'll give you a good answer. One good answer is that we're not seeing any accidents here. So there's one good answer, and that doesn't mean I'm waiting for one. I don't want any. But yeah, to summarize you, I don't know what you can do in the realm of looking at Vineyards Academy and forcing them to make this safer. If we have a safety problem out there, that is independent of any school or any business in that area. That's my job and the city's job to go out, assess it, and see what we can do for them. We've tried. We have policies in place. It doesn't meet those policies. We'll do what we can. I wouldn't, and I don't know that I want to sit here and analyze this to the nth degree tonight, but maybe it's something that I need, and Alan and I need to sit down, and maybe we need to meet with the neighbors and say, what would you like us to look at? And you know, if you look back at the subdivision that's being built, that originally had access onto Lone Oak. I don't think so. So we got rid of that. And so we listened. And we'll listen again. And if we need to have a separate meeting, then that's what we'll do.
Well, this is not the city council, so I cannot instruct you to spend staff time and materials doing something like that. But as somebody who cares about neighbors and how neighborhoods are related to, I would certainly love to see something like that happen. I can't do anything about that right now. But I really appreciate that you've been very forthcoming and have explored the thing very thoroughly, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Brand?
Evening. I know you often come and join us, and one of the things I always remember what you say is traffic flows like water, right?
You can quote me.
It's
on
just
that.
always up here, yeah. I'm hearing a lot of no's when it comes to solutions, and it's because we're having to use the proposed solutions that I'm hearing from yourself and from some of the public, I think is, you know, it's a broadsword instead of a scalpel, right? I don't think I'm very curious in the realm of, you know, if there isn't a civic solution, how have you interfaced with businesses, schools, residential neighborhoods in times past to kind of push those communities and such to sort of maybe respect the wishes of the community in those ways to, you know, it's kind of the side door to address maybe traffic concerns, kind of like the Bristow shame of, you know, getting honked at by other countries. How do you drive this from a peer perspective?
Right.
I'm curious on your thoughts. What have you found to be effective? What have you not found to be effective? And maybe a few things in between, maybe?
No, absolutely. And your question is very, very well timed and very salient. I met 2 weeks ago with the principal at Pioneer Elementary, the traffic sergeant for the Brentwood PD, and myself, based on concerns that were brought to the city council on safety. PD went out and watched it, I went out and watched it, and we came up with some solutions. And it was a 3-part solution. I did my part, school district did their part. Just a real quick, what we would find happening was adjacent to the driveways, and Pioneer has 2, one on Amber, one on Shady Willow, and they have more than one on Shady Willow. Adjacent to those driveways are red curbs. The reason is so that you have an adequate sight distance to get out. Parents park there all the time. If you go out there tomorrow, there are now cones out there. Parents can't park there anymore. So we took care of that problem in theory. It seems to so far have worked. The principal hasn't called me, and we think we got it. I'm not going to say solved. We've temporarily addressed it. Every time you make the mouse trap smarter, the mouse gets smarter. But part of that was also asking the principal to send something home in the form of a newsletter or whatever it is that you send home, explaining why those curbs are red. It's for safety. So I've been out there 2 times since. The cones are out there. It seems to be working better. We modified the signal timing. We were able to fix it. There's a similar story at Vineyards Academy in that when we first went down this roadway, no pun intended, they listen to us and they get the concern. They don't want their parents stuck with the other parents across the street. It's just too much. So they do a good job. They put staff out there to ensure that, first of all, if you're blocking traffic on Adams, keep on going, and you don't take a left out. So they are controlling their parents. They are probably in a much better situation to do so than across the street where they got 750 of them. Not going to happen. But to answer your question, communication, and we meet with the school district, PD, and myself. We address, well, first of all, we figure out what is the actual issue by watching it, and then we come up with possible solutions. It's a multifaceted solution that requires all three parties to coexist, and I've been very fortunate, except for American Avenue, in if your kid's going to Adams next year, don't call me. In that we have been able to make it better. I'm going to use this from every school in this town is controlled chaos for 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the afternoon. The good news in that, and I'll use American and Balfour as a good example, is it's not unsafe because everybody's going 3 miles an hour. Congestion by its nature is safe. We don't have issues with people speeding by the school at high speeds. They can't. So people have my number. I've met with probably every principal in this town, elementary, middle, high school, and we work through it the best we can. Will it ever be perfect? Absolutely not, because you are at the mercy of the driver who has the steering wheel in their hand, and if my kid's late, I can do whatever I want. So we try and address it the best we can. I would probably tell you the most effective is the guy who drives a black and white motorcycle or a black and white car and has a ticket book. He's the most effective. Very long answer, I apologize.
Very, very detailed. I appreciate it. I want to just kind of turn it on the other side as, you know, you're probably very familiar with the way that parents, particularly at Marsh Creek, are able to, they queue up, right? They've got the two entryways, the south entrance, well, the south turnout, and then the actual main turnout, and then the kinder turnout, right? They queue up on Adams almost all the way down, as well as at Blue Goose, to wait for their kid, depending on if it's staggered or not. If you have first grader and a fifth grader, right? They got to wait, you know, for a half an hour, as you said, that
Right.
20 minutes of chaos. Are you observing anything there that is negatively impacting what's happening across the street from a traffic perspective? And is there something mutually that could be done? Like the left turn, right? I see it all the time. They turn left onto Adams out of Marsh Creek. I sat there today for 35 minutes and I didn't see a single person coming out of Vineyard Academy who turned left. They all turned right.
Yeah, I want to say that on Wednesdays in the past, staff used to put up a sign saying right turn only. They actually closed the left turn lane. Does that
Well,
sound
it's
familiar?
also not normal hours. They get out like an hour early.
Right, on Wednesday, everybody gets out at the same time. So Wednesday is the worst
It's
of all
kinda chaos,
5
yeah.
days because everybody gets out in a condensed period of time. But yeah, Marsh Creek, this is true every school. When you build schools in the middle of subdivisions, you're going to have problems. Cray, Ron Nunn, I'll go on and on and on. Not only do you have people backed up on Adams, you have them backed up on Grant. When I met with the school a while ago, I thought the best idea was force all your parents to come down Grant eastbound and turn right into the kindergarten parking lot or right into the next parking lot. Again, I can't force them to do that. Luckily, the exit onto Adams is an exit only.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that I haven't seen parents go in anyway. They got the steering wheel. I don't have a ticket book. It's controlled chaos. There's only so much you can do. And what we find is the afternoon tends to be worse than the morning because in the morning, you pull up, you drop off, and you leave. In the afternoon, you may be a good example. If you've got one kid who gets out at this time and another kid who gets out a half hour later, where do we put all these cars? Middle of the street. So, you know, it's been further complicated. COVID hasn't helped because I think you're seeing less carpooling. And I'm now getting complaints from surrounding neighborhoods that never saw cars parked in there that now do. So it's a never-ending battle. I deal with the school administrators, I deal with the police department, and we try and do the best we can. It's not convenient, but at least it's safe.
just going back to what you said, to answer my question, it sounds like there isn't a mutually beneficial traffic solution from either side to address the concerns of at least several residents that spoke today, whether it be from an immediate traffic solution.
Right. Let me give you, I think I said just bad things for the last 20 minutes. Let me give you good news. Vineyards Academy has done a very good job of trying to minimize the impact on the school across the street. They've purposely moved their hours to differ from the school across the street. So they've taken the steps they can to try and make it the best we can hope for. I'm not going to be able to ever give you a perfect traffic scenario. When I retire, maybe the next guy can, and if you know that guy, could you have him call me? It's a very, very difficult situation, and what I take solace in the fact is that we have kept it safe. It is safe, and for this particular situation, I think it is a good step for the Vineyards people to ask their parents to not use Lone Oak. You want to go one step further, go talk to the principal at Marsh Creek and ask their parents not to use Lone Oak, because now you're looking at a 5-to-1 ratio of students in one school versus the other. And like getting back to Commissioner Flores' question is maybe the day comes where we look at closing down Lone Oak so you can't go through. That's not a Vineyards Academy thing. That's a city thing.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a city thing.
You're highlighting a number of concerns that
Right.
aren't exclusive to Vineyard Academy. It's, there's a lot more kids across the street. And, if with the school boundaries changing, now no one north of Grant will go to Marsh Creek. And so it's probably going to be more prevalent than it was.
Yeah. You may get a little bit of a break with the new school on Smith, which I really don't want to discuss
No,
tonight.
don't talk about Smith. No.
But we'll save that for another year. Anyway, it's always changing. And what I can leave you with is at the end of the day is that I am always available. The police department is always available. And the school administrators are very willing to listen and help the best way they can. And we're trying to come up with the best solution we can. It's never going to be perfect.
I agree. And I just, I have to ask, because if there is a simple solution or a relatively straightforward solution, it would be silly of me not to ask. And it sounds like there are some steps here that probably need to be discussed.
If you ever come up with a simple, easy solution that works, please call me.
Understood.
I'd love to hear it.
I might have one. May I speak out of turn?
Yes, you may speak at a turn.
I have an idea. Is there any such a thing as a movable traffic barrier?
Oh, no.
I mean,
we have them. We have what are called water-filled barriers. I hope you're not talking about like the thing on the Golden Gate Bridge that they move back and forth.
No, it doesn't have to be heavy.
You want
it just has to be something you don't want to drive your car on.
What, like try a temporary closure of the street?
Every morning and every afternoon, yes.
Who's putting it out there?
Maybe somebody from the school. Maybe somebody who lives on the street.
The school cannot place movable barriers on public streets. They are limited to their parking
Police
lot.
department?
If you're talking about a movable barrier to be placed on Lone Oak.
Just to enforce the no right turn at certain times.
EB would do that.
Just put something there. Just anything. It doesn't have to be heavy. Be something one person could pick up. It just has to be something that a person would think twice about turning their car into.
So as an example, if you were to come up Grant to take a right onto Lone Oak, we would block that access point so you can't get in or out?
Cones?
Cones? Okay.
They're light.
We could try it. Again, we would need to get with the residents because that means they're not getting out either. So now you're going to send everybody who lives on Lone Oak down to Caper.
I would just block off the incoming lane, the right turn
and they
lane.
won't go around it?
They might not.
Okay.
And if they did, then, it does, and you're right, it's key. The residents, what they want is key here. And we can't determine that tonight, but we can defer decision-making. It's not like absolutely critical that we decide this tonight.
No, the Lone Oak thing's not going to be decided tonight, but let's leave this in no uncertain terms. Staff from Vineyards Academy is not placing cones across a public street. That's just not going to happen, and you might want to ask your attorney over here. That would have to be a function that would either be handled by a city employee or the police department. And trust me, it's happened. Walnut Creek did it for years. They coned off 2 lanes on Ignacio Valley Boulevard to stop vehicles from going through neighborhoods. Somebody, poor guy, had to go out there every afternoon and they put the cones out. So it's something we could do, but like I said, we have to get the input from the other residents, because I think if you just put 3 cones and just say, oh, it's out only, good luck.
Okay, yeah,
something we can look at.
That's fair enough. I mean, it's a thing that could be done at some price. And again, we don't spend money here, but the city council could consider it.
Let's leave it at it could be done. I would question its effectiveness, but I applaud you for thinking outside the box.
I have another possible solution that the school might be able to implement should they be so inclined. And let's address the 800-pound gorilla in the room. The reason why all the schools are in chaos is there's no such thing as a school bus anymore, and I understand why that is.
There is. The driver's on it, but that's about it.
But we had another consideration here for another proposed private school, and I was not on the planning commission at the time, but that private school proposed that they would have the students delivered off-site, someplace nearby, and then they would van them in.
That was a school at Continente and Walnut?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
And so that was a solution that they willingly proposed for the cost of a van and maybe a better drop-off location. Another possible solution that's not super expensive, and it's not for tonight.
That's his question.
Right, it's not for tonight, but it's just another possible solution. So it's not an intractable problem. It's just a problem we haven't solved yet.
Yeah, and I think your COVID kind of, trust me, school buses and public buses were not full before COVID. There are a number of parents who are uneasy putting their child on a bus, and they're just not going to do it. And again, I hate being up here and saying no to everything you say, but I've been a traffic engineer for 30 years, and every once in a while someone says, oh yeah, good idea. And so I've gone through a bunch of these ideas, and yeah, you want to look at the possibility of a van that drops off a certain amount of kids. That's out of my hands. You're also going to have to find a place, where are they dropping off? And maybe the answer is the park right up the street. I don't know. But it is an option that we could look at. But it's something that the Vineyards Academy people are going to have to ultimately approve.
All right, thank you. I appreciate
Sure.
that.
You're not going anywhere just yet.
But my mom misses me.
So I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about this Marsh Creek Elementary and their overload, because some of the residents have communicated openly that a lot of this disturbance is coming from Vineyard. And I'm trying to figure out, well, okay, if Vineyard is doing a great job, as you've indicated, how is it that they know it's Vineyard and not Marsh Creek? That's one. And it's not to blame, it's to just make sure that we have the information correct. Two, I'm trying to figure out, why is it that with all your wisdom, and you've communicated that you have gone through a lot of iterations with these schools, Marsh Creek and Vineyard have not sat down with public safety and the police department and figured out how to handle this?
Let's go to the first question.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's going to have to explain to me how the residents know that the cars going down their street belong to Vineyards Academy. Is there a sticker on the side of the car?
That's
I don't
one-
think so. So
I
I
don't
don't
think
know that I buy that.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to go, I'm an engineer, I do math, right? Vineyards has 150, the other guys have 750, 5-1. My guess is that if there's 6 cars going down the street, 5 went to Marsh Creek and 1 went to Vineyards. That's my guess. We have sat down with Marsh Creek. We have sat down with it hasn't been recently, mainly because nobody has really brought any major traffic concerns to my attention. If you want to, or you have a child there or two, and if you see something that is concerning, and this isn't just schools, this is anywhere in this city. You have a traffic problem, you call Steve Cursavan, and if he can fix it, he will. And if he can't, he'll explain to you why he thinks he cannot. But you'll get the time and you'll get our best effort. That's citywide. That's no matter what issue you have. So we have not sat down there because nothing's really been brought to my attention. And the other thing that happens at these schools is the parents become very accustomed and they figure out what works and what doesn't work. And they buy into the fact that, look, this is going to take me 20 minutes. And if it does, that's kind of the expectations, kind of like driving over the Bay Bridge in the morning. It's going to take a while. So I'll leave it at the fact that, fortunately, and if this is wood, I'm knocking on it, we haven't seen safety concerns. We've seen congestion and bypass traffic. And trust me, I know about bypass traffic. I live in Shadow Lakes. And I know I keep talking about American Avenue, but Shadow Lakes, fix that. I live there and I can't fix it. My kid went to Adams and Heritage and I can't fix it. I'd have fixed it just for her. Can't do it. Anyway, we take it seriously and we spend the time when needed and when asked.
Okay. Well, safety is an issue. It's come up both on Zoom and from the audience. We need schools. There's no question about it. We're not going to wait for an incident to occur. I do think that one of my recommendations or thoughts would be to bring both these schools into the wheelhouse and have a conversation. And I'm saying that to be proactive because you've got about 100 or so homes that are about to be built, which is going to further a safety issue. Something to think about. I would prefer being more proactive than reactive. And that I'll leave at your feet, something to consider. I don't think that Vineyard would have any objection to that, and I doubt seriously that Marsh Creek would when it comes to children and their safety. I would think everybody would show up at the table, along with some of your residents. Commissioner Johnson.
I almost hate to do this. So I just want to revisit Vice Commissioner Sparling's thing about the sign, no right turn from school hours. I know you said that was going to be ineffective because people would do it anyway. And I know I'm not trying to claim to be an engineer, but when you put those speed, those signs that have the speed, capturing your speed, the radar.
The mobile radar trailer.
The mobile radar.
Correct.
Cars do slow down when they figure out that they're speeding, even though there's no cop there.
Correct.
So I'm not sure, I don't know how many people wouldn't take the turn if there was a sign there. Now, I don't know, I'm the newbie on the block, so forgive me for that, but who's responsible for putting that sign there? But it seems to me that would eliminate some of the concern if there was a sign that said, during these hours, there's no right turn. And maybe people will violate it, and maybe you need to call the cops, but some of them won't. And we might save something.
And let's answer the easiest part of the question. If that is a sign that is to be installed, it would be installed by the city. We would put in a sign that basically says no right turn, and I'm 7:30 to 8:30, 7 to 9, whatever you want. But that we can do that. And let's leave with a little bit of a positive note. There's no doubt that, and I don't even know if I want to use the word most, but there will be those drivers who will say, okay, no right turn. I won't do it just because I'm a law-abiding citizen and I don't want to run the risk. And I would probably say that, yes, you will probably see fewer cars going down that street. And that's part of what we're trying to accomplish. But if you live on Lone Oak, you can't take that right either. So if you have a kid at that school, you have to go around.
I understand.
Okay?
I understand. Thank you.
Free
Sure.
exchange is no robbery. It's true.
Another follow-up. If you put
Commissioner
a,
Spaulding? Go ahead.
I'll be quick. Another follow-up. Would it be possible to put a no right turn sign there and then measure the result? And if it was working, share that result with the neighbors. And then if the neighbors came back to us at a later time with the opinion that, oh, this is fixing it, then we withdraw our objections. And then we could reconsider at that time. Would something like that be workable?
Yeah. What we would do is I would put a traffic counter prior, put up the sign, and then do a study after. Let's see if it works. And we do maybe one traffic counter on Lone Oak and maybe another on Caper, and we'll see what happens. You're also, remember, you're solving half of the problem.
Right.
You're solving the people who are leaving the school, not the people who are going to the school. So you may still get people going the opposite direction who come up Lone Oak to Grant and take a left, which then maybe we have to follow that with, oh, by the way, there's also no left turn during this time. This is like throwing a pebble in a pond.
No, it's only 2 signs.
But but yes, to answer your question simply, yes, we could do a before study, put up the sign, do an after study, see if it works.
And you could do the same
And maybe
thing
I'm
for
proven
Grant.
wrong. Wouldn't that be fun? Everybody in the room could say, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, it's the point of it is not to prove you wrong. The point of it is to get to a point where the people that live on Lone Oak feel more secure.
And
that's what I care about.
I like that idea because for me it would be educational. Let's see if this actually does work. And I think the key would probably be as we go forward, you fill in the blank, weeks, months, years, you do a subsequent study to see if its effectiveness over the long haul. But it is something we could do.
Would you need some kind of authorization to do that, or can you just do it?
That's the authorization right there.
All right, thank you.
So I think I'm responsible for partly starting us down this path, but with that question, but I'll look to the city attorney to ask this question. Because this started obviously because Vineyard Academy, right, is on the docket tonight. The solution to the problem is bigger than Vineyard. It's the public elementary school across the street. Would it be appropriate for us to have a future agenda item and the planning commission level to discuss Lone Oak and traffic solutions during school hours, or is that something that would not be in our purview? Because I feel like it's a separate issue from Vineyard Academy, but yet the problem based on the residents and the impact, right? So we have an area that's going to be dramatically impacted by 100 homes that Shay's building in the coming years. We have a growing private school, we have growing public school in the same area. And meanwhile, we have these residents, I'll use the word trapped, not trapped, but they're in this area and they have too much traffic. It's not necessarily about safety, although safety comes from, comes from traffic concerns. But we're trying to solve the issue for the residents because that's what's important that live on Lone Oak and are impacted by that. But that's really not necessary. From listening to this, that's not really Vineyard Academy's issue. They're not gonna, if Vineyard Academy disappeared tomorrow, there'd still be too much traffic on that road because of the public school and people trying to go around. So in order to make sure that, the traffic department, Brentwood PD, and we got the residents' feedback who live on Lone Oak, would that be an appropriate future agenda item for the Planning Commission?
I appreciate the question. I think your point is very well taken that tonight what's in front of you is the application by Vineyard Academy and by extension what the impacts of that single project are, not what the collective impacts of Marsh Creek Elementary, the new project off of Grant, and any existing traffic might be. Those are two separate things. So to the extent you're taking action tonight, you are right, your action should be limited to mitigating the impacts that have been shown to be associated with this particular project. If you're asking about whether or not the Planning Commission could be involved in a larger discussion about the safety of the area in general, I'm looking here at Title II, which is the title of the municipal code that deals with the Planning Commission and the scope of your authority. And your powers and duties are laid out there, although not in this chapter because that's Park and Recreation Commission. So I'll scroll down to where you guys are. That's more helpful. One thing you could consider doing is recommend this to the city council's attention, because it is really a discussion of policy that impacts our circulation policies, not only in the general plan, but also just in the day-to-day work of our traffic engineers. And you are right that it is something that staff would probably want to be able to take a look at. As Steve indicated, you drop one stone in the pond and there are many ripples. So rather than try to anticipate all of those from the dais, it would make more sense for staff to be able to analyze that carefully. So my recommendation would be that when a future agenda item request portion of the evening comes along, if the commission is interested at that time, you make a future agenda item suggestion along those lines. But for now, keep your attention focused on mitigating the impacts of this particular project.
That being said, are there any
Thank you,
more
Steve.
further discussion on this? Commissioner Floyd?
Yeah, I have all kinds of discussion points. I'll start with the driveway first because we've spoken so much about the traffic. My feeling is that the community has spoken and they don't feel ready to see that driveway there. And I don't blame the school in any way. We've had an extensive discussion with the traffic engineer tonight, and we know what the problem is now, and we know that the people in that community are probably not going to feel comfortable until that situation is addressed. And so it is just a driveway. It's not, a structure that would take, a great deal of time for them to construct later if they had to wait for a decision on that. I just want to point out to my fellow commissioners that if we did strike the driveway at this time, the applicant could bring it back, after the community's concerns were addressed. And again, through no fault of the school, but it's just something that, Mr. Kursavan did say that there were no fatalities, but there was a person that called in tonight and did mention a fatality, and I think that was on Adams Lane, but still. My philosophy is not, let's wait for something bad to happen and then do something. My philosophy is, let's do something so nothing bad happens. And I hope that most good people will agree with me on that point. So I just want to point out that we have two things to consider here tonight, and one of them is a driveway. The other point is the expansion of the number of kids in the school. And I think, and hopefully I'm not projecting too much, but I think what I heard is that part of that expansion is just going to be as some of the elementary school students get older and start filling those middle school slots more, that they're expecting a natural progression of expansion and that they do have space for those students in the existing modular building. And so to me, if we're clear on that point, that would be a basis to do it. Or if we're not clear on that point, and if people are uncomfortable with the expansion in the number of students, we might want to consider other ideas to make the conditions of approval somehow reflect the fact that it's tied to the capacity of that building. I certainly understand and sympathize with and kind of feel myself that we don't want to get into a situation, we don't want to be boiling the frog, right? We don't want to be, you know what, boiling the frog, the frog doesn't know he's boiling because the water temperature is coming up too slow. And we don't want to just keep adding more students and then next year adding more students. And, you know, we want to have a good sense that we're not going to be back here in a year or two being asked to increase it again. We want to be able to memorialize that somehow in the conditions of approval. So that would be my thoughts. I don't have a major objection to going to 230 students if they'll all fit in the modulars and it's just filling up the capacity that they have. And so that's kind of what I'm feeling on that right now. And so I think, oh, one more thing that I did want to think about is the time gap between the schools. 20 minutes doesn't seem like a lot to me. And so I don't have children in school, and I know the other commissioners, some of them do or have had them more recently than I have. And so I would feel more comfortable if there was a wider time gap, but I'm very open to hearing what my fellow commissioners have to say on that point. I think that's my discussion points. Thank you.
There are a number of things to consider here, right? We're talking the change of hours, we're talking the driveway, and yeah, the increase to 230 students. I don't want to unnecessarily penalize Vineyard Academy because of this problem, like if we're talking traffic, first of all, that it's a problem that is not exclusive to them. However, at least the way that my mind thinks about this is I also don't quite want to encourage the existing problem to get worse, if that makes sense, because it's clear that in the mornings there's very little issue because we have a number of staggered classes across both schools as the hours stand today, and in my own observations. It's more closer to the afternoons where with pickup that we see that greater number of cars that come through in every direction. I really do like the idea of having the community come together, as Vice Chair Sparling suggested, that some type of recommendation is made to ultimately address the larger issue with that space. But what's unclear to me is how to proceed with the specific agenda item of the driveway. So I'm open to any feedback from my fellow commissioners on that. The school, if they want to fill out their existing buildings as soon as they get occupancy permits and such, that's totally their purview. I love the idea of having them be a school that educates as many kids as they can. But the hours, I think, the hours in the morning appear, the recommendation here to change the hours in the morning, they make sense to me based on at least my own observations. particularly the kindergarten, early and late, because they've only got 10 kids coming in there. It's not a whole lot versus the elementary or middle school. And the conflict on the Marsh Creek side is irrelevant because they don't even really get to, everybody's coming from O'Hara over down Grant to go on the kinder loop, so it's not even a problem. I might suggest spreading the timeline for the elementary and middle back, if possible, because as our traffic engineer described so accurately, it's 20 minutes of chaos, and then everybody goes home, and everybody's happy. So I'm open to further discussion on how we may negotiate that as far as it's concerned. I remember in the original, if I read this correctly, in the 2022 decision, it was requested that that be 1 hour from, and I think it was a 9 a.m. start to 2 p.m. release. And please correct me on that if that's inaccurate. But I remember there was certainly some type of stipulation indicating the distance from the existing hours. The hours today, I see minimal conflict relating to the way that the current traffic flows. And I don't believe that the current release times with additional students would noticeably negatively impact the traffic at the intersection of Grant and O'Hara on its own. That's my own assessment. And did I get all my points? Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
So regarding the timeline, I think I read somewhere that Marsh Creek School can change their hours from time to time, and so that there was going to be flexibility built in so that we could address those time changes. I don't think I feel comfortable stating what time the school should put the hours at. They are literally the best people to decide when and what time they should have those cut. And as long as they're concerned about the traffic and the flow, I think that's good to leave that in their hands personally. Second one, about the driveway. So having that driveway there will ease traffic in the lot and probably not have everything go back out onto Adams. And we're gonna have a new development coming into that area right now. So we do need classroom space. So there is going to be, whether we like it or not, more kids probably over time going to Marsh Creek, and maybe the Vineyards School. So based on what I heard, I don't know that we should be shutting down that driveway, what they're asking for. But I'm open. That's where I'm leaning right now. I think we should leave the flexibility of the hours with the principal. That's where I'm thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Spaulding.
So we'll start with the driveway because that's been brought up a couple of times. The driveway needs to be there, otherwise you're forcing traffic back onto Adams Lane. It gives another outlet. So from my opinion, because all of our traffic conversations had nothing to do with the driveway. It had to do with Lone Oak. So I think if without it, it just forces more traffic on Adams. The shade development that's coming will also have to go out to Adams, so we're going to have more traffic there. So I think that the driveway makes sense where it's at. I think that there were some comments made by callers about fire approval. Was that done? We don't do anything without fire approval, so I'm assuming I'm seeing
That is correct.
Yeah.
Fire did review the plans prior
Yeah.
to issuance of permits.
Okay, thank you. And then I also, another caller mentioned, something about half the prior CUP for the buildings not being completed, and obviously everything that is built in Brentwood follows the CUP before they can take occupancy.
That is correct. The CUP conditions have been met. It's a design review conditions that are still outstanding that are not required to be completed and will be inspected until occupancy of those buildings. So there still are outstanding design review application conditions, which will be completed.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I think that, we talked a lot tonight about just, traffic that really isn't Vineyards. It's a bigger problem, and it's a regional problem. And just for my opinion, to Mr. Kurzvan, I don't think Heritage and Adams should be used as a positive example for anything, but just because it's a tough design. And I think my concern about this project, or this area, it's not really this project, is that we're going to have another Heritage and Adams situation with the development going in and then two schools and growing populations. That's just what happens. So I think what's important is we do need to have a future agenda item for the city council to take a look at solving this problem, because I think the problem already exists, and similar to other discussions we've had about other projects that have come before us, there are problems that have either were unintended or are now there that we can't leave unsolved, and this is one of them. I don't think we can leave this unsolved for the residents, but the residents need to be part of the solution, as well as other departments within the city, to solve this so that Lone Oak and that whole area behind that's going to be impacted by the development plus increasing school attendance is addressed. I think from the school population standpoint, I think it's the reason why I asked what's next is because they were here. Vineyard was here less than a year ago with the design review. Never mentioned that they were going to be coming back here with a request. We all understand that this request didn't go in yesterday. This request has been made for a while. So I suspect that they knew, and that's why I asked that question, because again, it's not about the school, it's about the impact on the surrounding community that I'm concerned with. Private schools are an important part of the community. They do a great job in terms of giving parents choice. So it's about the impact of the community that we need to fix. And if we fix Lone Oak through, or city council addresses the Lone Oak situation, then I think we'll be able to solve the residents' concerns who live there, as well as make sure that traffic circulation is as best it can be.
Okay. Well, you had some questions answered. It is a regional issue, and holding Vineyard Academy responsible for some of the things that unfortunately are inevitable, especially with our housing element being put upon us. There's no other way around it. The city is going to grow, and with growth comes traffic and children and cars. At this time, I would entertain a motion on this subject matter.
Before we do that, can I make one more discussion point?
Absolutely.
And it's just a clarification. I just want to point out again that the driveway is a decision that we can defer. We don't have to. We can say no tonight, but they can come back and ask again. It's not something that's permanent. If we say yes, that's permanent. So, and we do have a community of people that are coming to us asking to be heard. If we approve that driveway tonight, we're telling them they're not heard. So I do think that's important. In the same vein, if we say no tonight to add students, that's not a permanent decision either. No is always reversible. We can always get to yes if there's something that we need further to get to yes. But if we say yes, that's it. So I do hear the neighbors, And we are contemplating an agenda item later on, which we can't discuss yet. But I will say that when I look at this, I see multiple stakeholders. I see Marsh Creek Elementary. I see Vineyard Academy. I see all the residents that live on Lone Oak and Caper. And I see the traffic department struggling with the solution. And I see a city that has the resources to possibly help. And if we don't explore all of those things before we make a final decision, I feel like we're coming up short on doing our due diligence. That's my comment. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. But you made a comment earlier that the traffic director said he would consider. And I think that that's something that the commission should put on the record for a conditional possibility that would address this issue that the residents feel some kind of way about regarding safety, and that was putting a sign up at certain hours. Is that something that you would consider? My take on the discussion, who's not in the room, is Marsh Creek. Okay, they're not in the room. So to put all of this on Vineyard, I don't think that that's equitable.
That's not what I'm doing.
No,
What
I
I'm
know,
saying-
no,
I'm just
no.
saying wait.
Yeah,
I'm just
well-
saying we wait and we get everybody in the room together and let them talk, and then we decide.
Okay, well,
And I'm
that's an
also
option.
saying that we don't have the option to make a condition of approval that requires the city to spend time and staff resources, because we don't have authority to do that. We're not the body that can do that. I like your idea. Your idea is basically the same as my idea. Let's get the information. We have information missing that we'd like to see. Let's get the information. Let's get some buy-in from the community. Let's get some buy-in from the schools. And then it would be so much better to reconsider at that time if the people that live on Lone Oak came in here and said, hey, let's do that driveway. It's a good idea. We're convinced, that's actually going to save people from having to circle back around. If they came in here and said they were okay with it, that's fine, but they're not okay with it right now. They're hurting, they're upset, and again, they're remembering a fatality. And I think that our responsibility is to the community and to the school. And I'm not trying to penalize the school in any way other than just to ask them to wait a little bit. And because these things haven't come to us before, and these are the considerations that we have. And we just want to see where it goes. And I don't think that's too unreasonable. And I hope that Vineyard Academy feels that way as well.
Commissioner Spaulding?
I understand what you're saying. I have a different opinion, and I've heard the community as well. And their driveway itself is not the cause of people taking a right-hand turn on Lone Oak. It has nothing to do with it. If they go out and take a right on where the current exit is, they just take a right on Grand Street and take a right on Lone Oak. It doesn't. It's a different problem. It's also not on our agenda item to solve the Lone Oak problem that clearly everyone's concerned about. What's before us is the driveway and then, the student population growing. Now, the student population growing obviously could increase traffic on Lone Oak. They're linked, but yet we can create a solution for the traffic at a future date, but not tonight. So, and I think postponing the school, if we postpone the school, they have open enrollment period coming up, I think was mentioned. We're penalizing the school for a problem that they didn't start and they're not going to solve, because the additional student population and parents, if all those parents from Vineyard Academy took a right on Lone Oak, that would be a problem. But that's not what the traffic engineer said. We don't know exactly where they're coming from. So I'm having trouble understanding what the driveway has to do with it, because frankly, if the student population stayed at 160, traffic flow would be better with this driveway today or tomorrow than it is today, because now you have two ways out of Vineyard Academy. So I don't understand, I'm not understanding your position on the driveway. Now, if your position was, I don't want to have more students at Vineyard Academy until the problem on Lone Oak is solved, I understand that. I don't understand the opposition to making a decision on the driveway tonight, because it improves the location regardless of whether student population goes up or not.
My opposition is that we don't have buy-in on that. We have the traffic engineer has presented that to us tonight, and I'd like to hear back from the community that they accept that. And then the driveway. I don't feel like they can totally enroll students without that driveway. They have a circulation plan now. It's just a driveway. We're not tearing down the school. We're not blocking off the entrance or the exit to the school. We're just holding back on a driveway. It's just a driveway. And I understand that it's frustrating for the school, but it's also frustrating for the residents. And I'm hoping that there'll be a quick resolution. Again, if we could come back and approve the driveway in a couple months, they could build a driveway. What do you think it'll take, a day? 2 days? How long to build a driveway?
But what do we gain by delaying it?
We gain community buy-in.
We had a meeting that was publicly published with the driveway on it. No one from the community objected to the driveway. They objected to the potential traffic increase on Lone Oak. That was the objection. Not one person mentioned, I don't want the driveway because there's no linkage to the position. So government gets in the way too much. And this is an example of, if we delay it just to get more community feedback, which I always appreciate. We heard it tonight. If every speaker, the 5 callers and the gentleman who spoke here said, I don't want the driveway there, I'd be with you. We're just slowing it down to slow it down. To me, it's not a logical approach, because the driveway is not the root cause of our traffic conversation all evening. It is, how do we solve the problem on Lone Oak? The driveway does not solve or cause the problem on Lone Oak.
All right, so what I'm hearing you say is that you would be supportive of maintaining the limitation at 160 students. Is that something that you feel like you might be able to support?
Potentially, but I also think that I think that the applicant knew that they were going to come back and ask for more students when they asked for the enrollment, clearly. So that's a little bit, that's disappointing. But I also know that, what did we expect to happen when we approved the design review, right? Did we expect things to go and stay static? They were most likely always going to increase it. So that was our bad in terms of not asking that question at that time. And maybe it's a different design. But I think that we're trying to punish, maybe that's not the right word.
Yeah, I'm not trying to punish anybody.
It's the wrong word, I apologize. But we're trying to make Vineyard Academy slow down their project for a problem that they may be part of, right? Because we don't know. Mr. Kursvan made the point, we don't know who's driving down Lone Oak. That was the main concern. But that also means it's not their fault. And so we're holding them up for their plans, which is a private business in the city of Brentwood, for no good reason, because the problem has to be solved, not even here. The problem is solved, has to be, if city council decides to take it up, they have to solve it. It's not, we can't even address the problem. So why would we hold up the potential approval of this project based on traffic on Lone Oak when if the city council decides to take it up, we're not even going to be part of that process? Because according to city attorney, it sits with the city council.
Yeah, I understand that that we would not be directly involved in the process. I'm just wanting to give the process space to occur.
So if it comes back to us, right, again, let's follow your scenario, it comes back to us, then it can be, then that's going to take a couple of months. Then it goes, when it gets on the city council, that could be a couple more months, right? We're delaying for trying to solve a problem that the Vineyard Academy application did not cause at all.
I'm not sure that delaying is the right term. I'm just saying delay.
Well,
Just singular.
but the process, it's not you, it's the process, right? It's just, city council has to get it on their agenda. If they agree to take it up, they don't agree to take it up, then what? Because we
Right.
can't solve the issue. I think we are, the unintended consequence of what you're proposing is, the result is not allowing Vineyard Academy to move forward with, their plans, which you want to delay or wait to gather more information, however you want to word it, right? To get feedback from the community. The community already gave feedback, nothing about the driveway, all about traffic on Lone Oak.
All right, well, I think we beat this horse to death. If somebody wants to make a motion, I'll hear it, and decide.
Wait a minute. Is there any more discussion on this? Go, please.
Yeah, not meaning to beat a dead horse. Vice Chair Sparling has some very apt points here when it comes to the practical side of us effectively getting in the way of someone trying to do something to, better their, students and parents alike. I'm still a little bit hung up on the driveway personally, but I'm looking more at the traffic flow diagrams, and what I'm seeing is that only one, the junior high flow, as directly using the driveway going out. Now, I'm looking at the lower elementary, and it doesn't say it, but based off of what I'm hearing is you could still have an entryway, which then would back up on Grant and so on and so forth, or potentially even do a loop around again and drop off. So what I'm wondering is, do we have a condition of approval that says, well, maybe you only use that driveway for the junior high because it's only practically speaking applicable to the junior high flow in on Adams, out on Grant?
Well, I think
Because,
that-
and honestly too, sorry,
Go ahead.
the looking at the timelines, maybe these timelines work sufficiently based off of the hours, excuse me, to focus that driveway being for junior high only, and then allowing those hours to proceed as detailed in the staff report. That alleviates some of my own concerns, at least as far as the potential left or right, coming off of that driveway. So I'm open to that discussion as well. I know we're sort of starting from scratch again.
Commissioner Johnson?
I'm listening to this discussion. I think we have a principal who has a growing school, and I'm trying to understand why we want to, from here, legislate or tell them what the best time to control that traffic is. I think it's in their best interest to make sure that the area is safe, the school is safe, there's no cars going, out and in. When I say out and in, making that round turn safely, coming in and out of that property safely. I am don't want to see us delay them for an extended period of time. I don't see anything wrong with the driveway. I do agree that, we're going to have issues in the future. We're going to have problems, due to increased homes. Homes bring kids. kids and cars. You know, I did some quick math. If it's 70 kids and I don't know if it's 2 kids per car or 1.5 kids per car or it's 1, but you may have 70 kids, 70 cars or 45 cars there more a day. And if you do, you know, I don't know how many are at Marsh Creek. I don't know how many of those cars are actually making that turn. I just think that this is not a vineyard situation. This is a community situation. This is a growth situation. This is a situation that you can't solve by saying, hey, let's take out a driveway, personally. So that's where I stand.
So let me ask a question. Sir, would you come back up here for a minute, please? A quick question on the turnaround here. I see that you've got the driveway, folks coming in and out for preschool, coming in and out for the lower elementary. So help me understand why, because of the staggering, the junior high school traffic cannot exit out the same? Is it because of where the building is located?
No, we could honestly manage all of this traffic. The driveway was a suggestion by planning and staff, maybe the traffic engineer, like 3 years ago. That if we wanted to increase our enrollment, then we'd have to put some other access onto Grant. So that is why we put the two together. But the way the pickup and drop-offs have staggered, because we've extended our junior high day to do electives so that they stay longer. They come earlier and they stay longer so we can do the electives. We could actually manage that onto Adams without the access onto Grant. We were just told that that was going to be necessary in order to add the additional students.
That's good. That's what we needed to hear. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I needed, yeah, because that's where we've got some toggles here with both preschool, elementary school, and then there's a different one with junior high school. And that's what we're looking at, that mapping. But that has addressed something that have been on some folks' minds up here. So any questions for the gentleman while he's at the
Yeah,
podium?
I just want to clarify. So you don't really have any, as far as Vineyard Academy, you don't have any particular desire either way on this driveway. It's just something that's been asked of you.
Correct.
Thank you. That helps so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Brand?
That being said, I suppose you're open to the most effective traffic flow, circulation flow, excuse me, ideally to serve your parents and students.
Sure.
And I don't know that I might have to take a consensus from the group, but how is that still applicable based off of the comments that we received that this suggestion was made 3 years ago, and here we are, here and now. I don't know. It kind of discards about an hour of discussion from today, so apologies for that. I'm not terribly sure how to proceed.
Well, Commissioner Spaulding?
Do you have an idea?
So Jennifer, can you address the 3 years ago comment about the driveway?
I don't know specifically regarding timelines and time, but it has been discussed that any increase in enrollment, staff would be favorable to having multiple driveways. It is a public safety issue to get not just parents in and out, but police and fire in and out of the church and in and out of the school. And so staff has made that recommendation that if they came back, staff would be supportive of having an additional driveway.
So we have staff who wants the driveway. We have the traffic engineer, Mr. Kursavan. I see him shaking your head. Yes, he wants the driveway.
Yes.
Yes. So that's fine. No, I just want to, so we have that. And otherwise, the impact is we push all traffic onto Adams, which just creates more traffic and a choke point already, right? So, okay.
Correct.
I'm ready to make a motion.
This time, I'm going to ask for a motion.
I make a motion to adopt Resolution 24-006, approving an amendment to the conditional use permit 08-31 as further detailed in the staff report.
I second that motion.
I think we're going to do a roll call on this one. Commissioner Floyd,
No.
Commissioner Brand,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Spaulding,
Yes.
and it's a yes for me. Motion carries. Congratulations. Moving on to our final agenda item. Do you need a break? You need a break? Oh, that's right. I'm going to ask for a 10-minute break at this time.
If we get 2/3 of the people saying yes, we will install. So we understand it. That's what I'm saying. I just collected data. I didn't say no to these people. I just asked these people. Yeah, they were signed. So we do that. I want something in writing that says you're okay with this thing in front of your house. Because you got this. You look at this. That's what you get. I can't on this. So speed of cost says maximum. So that's why there's between. It's almost insane. There's not even a ballpark. I'm thinking that might be actually a speed table, which is flat for pedestrians, and then additional. So, but like I said, people are, well, where are they gonna go? I don't know. Because I'm actually in a situation where we sent 25. Everybody, 24 to 25 said yes. They all said, don't put it in front of my house. So I did. And they yelled at me. But you're if I give you only one next, you drive over what? What's the first thing you do when you go to the speed? So they're gonna have to be more. He isn't there. I want to listen to those. Anytime someone drives over. No, you wouldn't. You're gonna call me and tell me. Trust me, I give to it once. There is Want to go to city council? I tell you, go park. So no, the speed bump is the answer. Okay. So a letter will probably about make it to you guys. So now, if you look at the section, it's not. We did there as an experiment is we put the line on the side and the yellow to try and narrow visual. Minor effect.
Well, it did at least they were taking out my neighbor's cars. They actually spent money removing lines and putting. Well, you know what? It's the lawns and it's one go. They come and go. It's those.
But it tells me.
If everyone in the chambers can please take a seat so we can get our meeting resumed.
Okay. All right. I want to thank everybody for allowing us that 10-minute recess. We needed that. Thank you for your patience. Before I go on, Commissioner Spaulding has something that he'd like to share.
Before I read the statement about recusal for this item, so I don't need to stick around for the future agenda items if one of my fellow commissioners could make a future agenda item request to request City Council take up the Lone Oak traffic issue. Not sure the proper language, but I'm sure you guys will work it out. Well, at the end, yeah, at the end. So, given the proximity of my home to Deer Ridge, the Deer Ridge project site, the FPPC has determined that I have a conflict of interest that prevents me from participating in this item. I will thus recuse myself and, with the chair's indulgence, leave the meeting at this time.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Okay. Our last agenda item is the consideration and possible amendment of a conditional use permit, CUP 00-04-A1 for the Deer Ridge Clubhouse located at 801 Foothill Drive, south of Belfort Road, APN 007-100-131. And Eric Nalthinas will give us a staff report. Thank you, Eric.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson Roberts and members of the commission. That was a great introduction. Appreciate that. If April can share my screen here, perfect. I do have a fairly brief presentation that I'm going to run through here. And I want to start with just a little bit of discussion on where this property is. I think everybody's pretty familiar with it, but this is an aerial photograph zoomed out with the parcel outlined in yellow. It's very irregular in shape, as you can tell. It's a little over 8 acres in size, and basically bounded on the north boundary by the former golf course property. Directly east is Foothill Drive, across which is an open space parcel owned by the city and a single-family neighborhood part of Deer Ridge. And then directly south and on the sort of dogleg eastern portion of the property are single-family homes on Augusta Drive. The parcel does touch Spyglass on the very south end of the property. And then on the west side is also former golf course parcels. So this property obviously has a lot of history dating back to the original approval of the Deer Ridge development. Back in August of 2000, the commission approved the original conditional use permit 00-04 for the clubhouse and associated improvements. That approval included the clubhouse itself, a driving range and putting green, a pool and a cabana that were never constructed, and then a maintenance building that was also not constructed and which was on a separate parcel related to the course. So in addition to permitting the construction and use of the clubhouse, the permit contains 19 specific conditions of approval. Construction of the clubhouse and the improvements began in 2002 and were completed in 2004. Then in August of 2006, the commission approved a separate use permit to allow a 5,000 square foot temporary hospitality pavilion, as it was called, and that was an ancillary use to the clubhouse. That pavilion existed for a few years after that and then was removed. More recently, in June of last year, Commissioner Floor made a future agenda item request to review the conditional use permit, and ultimately the commission directed staff to respond to a number of questions that the commission had. A couple months later, in August of last year, the commission reviewed the use permit in detail and requested staff to do 3 things. One, to work with the property owner to identify any potential additional uses that would be permitted on the project site under Measure Q. 2, to investigate whether any modified conditions of approval may be needed to address impacts of the proposed use, and in particular regarding hours of operation, music, rules governing special events, and then clarification of the use itself. And finally, to notice the Commission's future review of the permit to allow the Commission to consider and take action on any proposed modifications. As it turns out, on that same meeting in August of last year, the Commission also approved a separate design review application, and that was to accommodate various improvements that were to be installed on the project site, primarily the addition of new grapevines, olive trees, and a new patio and trellis on the north side of the building. So over the last several months, staff and the property owner have been working to ensure that the information presented tonight is in accordance with that motion made last August. I talked about the 3 parts of the motion a couple minutes ago, but again, number 1, work with the owner to identify additional potential uses that permissible on the site. At this point in time, the property owner has not identified any other potential uses for the clubhouse building other than the restaurant and bar that's under consideration tonight. As far as any modified conditions of approval, the owner has clarified the use of the clubhouse and the property overall. That led to the recommended conditions of approval that are part of the agenda packet. And then as far as notification, staff did publish a notice in the Brentwood Press back on February 9th. It was also mailed to all the property owners that are within 300 feet of the project site. And that led to, I can't remember the exact number, but it was over 10 written comments from the public, generally indicating support for what the applicant is proposing, and a couple of concerns about hours of operation as well as lighting. As far as the project itself, the property owner has indicated the clubhouse is intended to be operated as a full-service restaurant and bar, including outdoor dining and periodic special events both inside the building and out. The restaurant is proposed to utilize both floors of the clubhouse for brunch, lunch, and dinner service. The main level would include the seating and dining, a bar, the kitchen and restrooms, and then the lower level would include expanded seating and dining, a bar and restrooms as well. The owner intends to utilize the existing outdoor patio space on both the north and west sides of the building for dining and events, and no other changes to the existing site improvements, meaning landscaping, architecture, parking, et cetera, are proposed at this time. As far as hours of operation, the original approved use permit does not restrict the hours for the clubhouse property, and that's primarily because it was within the context of the golf course amenity that was originally developed, and therefore it was anticipated to be open during normal hours of course operation. The lack of prescribed operating hours is, of course, one of the primary concerns that was identified by the Commission last year. And at this time, the property owner is proposing that hours of operation for the restaurant and bar be until 11 p.m. daily. Given the proximity of residential uses to the site, the proposed hours appear to be reasonable to staff, with the one exception that staff is recommending Sunday hours be limited to 10 p.m., and that's reflected in the draft resolution that's included for the Commission's consideration. As far as noise, as with lots of older use permits, the original approval does not include any explicit restrictions on noise. The property owner, in conversations with him, does recognize the importance of minimizing impacts on the surrounding neighborhood and has agreed to clarify noise impacts through a condition or conditions. The city's noise regulations can be found in Brentwood Municipal Code Chapter 9.32, and those regulate both acceptable hours and acceptable limits for noise. And of course, all exterior noise levels must be consistent with the decibel limits set out in that chapter. In conjunction with the hours of operation and to be consistent with the city's noise regulations, staff is recommending that any music, and that would be live or otherwise, not extend past 10 p.m. 10 p.m. happens to coincide with the city's nighttime noise hours, and those extend to 7 a.m. As far as special events, the original use permit did contemplate the operator of the property offering special events, and it did require notification to the police department in advance. That's condition of approval 9 on the original approval. There were no other limitations, however, on either the amount or the type of special events that could be held. For the purpose of this review, for this amended CUP, staff is considering a special event to be any event with impacts greater than those associated with a typical restaurant or a bar. And I realize that's a little vague and generic, but and it could include outdoor events that use the patio area on the west side of the building or the adjacent lawn area that's beyond the patio, as well as indoor events. So given the owner's desire to host these kinds of events and taking into consideration the proximity of residential uses, and also the fact that this is generally a fairly quiet area, there's low ambient noise levels, staff is recommending that they be limited as follows. For inside, those be 4 per month on Fridays, Saturdays, and holidays. And then outside, those would also be limited to 4 per month, again, on that existing patio and lawn area that surround the clubhouse building. Music would also be limited to Fridays, Saturdays, and holidays, and then end by 8 o'clock. So at this time, staff recommends that the commission conduct the public hearing, deliberate, and consider whether to approve the amendment to the use permit. If so desired, the commission would adopt the draft resolution, which is numbered as 24-008, includes a series of draft conditions for the commission's consideration. Those conditions can certainly be modified during the course of the public hearing as a result of either deliberation, questions of the property owner, testimony from the public, questions of staff. Certainly happy to entertain those conditions and make any changes the commission desires. The decision tonight, if the commission does make one, would then start a 10-day period for filing an appeal, either by a private party, that could be the applicant / property owner or a member of the public, and then also a call for review by the city council. And I realize I talked a lot about things that were going on within either the clubhouse building or adjacent areas. This is sort of a zoomed in view on that same aerial photograph, which shows the clubhouse, the patio, the lawn, that we can refer to during the course of the meeting. And we can also pull up any kind of other attachments the commission would like. So with that, I will turn it back to the chair for any clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson, any questions?
None at this time. Excuse me, none at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Floyd?
I'd like to offer the opportunity to go first to my fellow commissioner because I have a lot.
Fine by me.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Brand.
Suggesting you go first, but yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, if you've got a zillion questions, go ahead.
All right, I'll go ahead. Thank you. I really appreciate that. All right. My first question is about kind of the last thing, actually the next last thing is the condition of approval 14 that talks about the ability to pull this back and review it if there's problems. And I appreciate having that in there a lot. I just want to make the point up front, or actually just ask the question that should we do our best to ensure there will be no undesirable impacts, you know, and are there undesirable impacts that would trigger a review? I mean, I don't, like in the worst case, in my nightmare scenario, there would be a dead child or something involved that would be tragic. And I don't want that to be the impetus for us pulling it back. So I want to make, you know, I just want to be clear on what kind of things would trigger a pullback.
Yeah, great point. And this condition gives examples of the kinds of impacts that could result in further review. I will say it's a fairly standard condition for conditional use permits. I think the tricky thing with this particular item that we're talking about is that everyone's trying to anticipate what the impact is before it's actually up and running. So I think staff has done its best to this point to, through the draft conditions of approval, anticipate what those impacts might be and address concerns that the commission has expressed and some community members. That being said, again, until the facility is up and running for a period of time, it's really difficult to anticipate everything. And I think the way it's worded is probably appropriate at this point because you don't want to potentially pigeonhole what those impacts might be if something else comes up that we hadn't thought of. So I think it's, again, standard but written generic enough that it gives staff and the commission the appropriate flexibility, if that makes sense.
Right, it does. And we don't want to be working with the things we don't know, as the saying goes. So I appreciate that. On COA 10, condition of approval 10, we have a 1 a.m. lights out time, and what was that based on?
Yes, staff has been made aware of some concerns from residents out there that the parking lot lights are on late and disturbing peace, for lack of a better term. So the thought there was that if the restaurant is indeed open until 11, that gives sufficient time for it to close properly and for the lights to be turned off.
Okay, so basically it's a couple hours after closing.
Right.
Right. Is there any precedent, or are there any restaurants in Brentwood that currently stay open till 11? I did a fairly extensive search, couldn't find any, but I was wondering if staff had any insight on that.
I haven't done any research myself. I can tell you that leaving these meetings over the years, I've frequented Red Robin, and I've been there past 11, but I don't know what their hours are currently.
All right, thank you.
Oh, and BJ's too. Thank you.
Oh, cool.
BJ's open till 11?
Wow. So one of the primary concerns of those opposed to the establishment is that it's a bar. I know people have seen the flyers that went around. You know, this is a bar. There's alcohol, and they're mad about it. And I hear them. I hear everybody. And people see alcohol served at a place where people come and go by automobile as a hazard. And I think there's some legitimacy to that thought. It threatens the safety of others, and particularly in a residential neighborhood, you know, children and other vulnerable populations, pets. You know. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts, and maybe we'll do this more in discussion about the best way that we can mitigate that hazard. Is it possible to limit consumption or take other steps to make sure the place doesn't get too rowdy? Can we distinguish between a lounge where people just go to drink, or maybe have an appetizer versus a restaurant or bar that serves up drinks for restaurant patrons to enjoy their meal? Do we have any thoughts on that?
Well, I'll say a couple of things. One, I think it would be important for the commission to hear from the property owner / operator as to his idea for how this is going to go. But I would point from a condition standpoint to number 7, which talks about the license type that the facility is authorized under. So for those that don't know, this facility has what's called a Type 47 license. It's issued by the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, or ABC. And basically what that does is it authorizes the sale of beer, wine, and distilled spirits for consumption on the premises. And you can also actually sell beer and wine for consumption off premises. But the key here is that the premises have to be operated and maintained as what's called a bona fide eating place. So basically that means that more than half of the gross receipts are for food as opposed to any alcohol. ABC has its own set of regulations and how they monitor licenses, which the city isn't involved with. So from staff's perspective, having this condition in place, having the license in place, and having it monitored by ABC is sufficient. I don't really know at this point what other types of conditions or restrictions we could put on it beyond that. But again, I would question the property owner as to how he feels about it moving forward.
Sure, but the licensing itself sounds like it's at least somewhat self-regulating. I mean, you can buy a few drinks for the price of a plate, but if you have somebody, like you got 10 people downstairs doing nothing but drink, then that's not going to happen, because then you're not going to be able to sell enough food to keep your license. So that's a good thing. I'm sorry if I say too much discussion-y stuff, stop me. One of the most common sentiments, and apologies, I'm just reading these. One of the most common sentiments expressed in emails and comments by supporters of the restaurant is that they would like an upscale restaurant in Deer Ridge. In the CUP outline provided by Macaulay Investments, they talk about a fast casual dining environment, and I think this is probably going to be more of a question for the applicant, because I'm just wondering, how those two concepts mesh together. I can see that they would most likely be congruent, but I think people are going to want to hear that. Just for the public, and also a little bit for me, because I hadn't seen it before, although I guess it is something that's done. The CUP outline was actually provided by the applicant's company, and it's being incorporated and memorialized into the CUP itself. Is that something that we do a lot of around here?
Yes. It's pretty standard for staff to reference either a project description or a narrative that the applicant submits and roll that into the resolution so that it's documented. I will say to your question about the fast casual, and again, I think that is a good question for the property owner. Staff does not distinguish between, fast casual versus fine. It's basically a restaurant. We do distinguish between like sit-down restaurants versus strictly carry-out. Like something like a Domino's doesn't typically have seating, so we would classify that as a carry-out restaurant for the purposes of calculating parking. Most restaurants have some level of seating, whether it's 4 seats or 100. And then, of course, drive-throughs are a totally different use type, but that's not being proposed here.
Okay, perfect. Almost done. This is a little bit wonky, so forgive me again. In the packet, there's mention made of the noise ordinance and the Brentwood Municipal Code being the thing that we would refer to as far as the noise requirements. And I'm somewhat familiar with 932.030 in terms of 60-degree decibel limit at the nearest receiver, sensitive receiver. So, 60 decibels in the backyard of the nearest house or something like that. I'm not technical, so I can't determine it, but that's what we're relying on. And having been involved in some other noise issues in Brentwood, my understanding is that the general plan actually is the more authoritative document on what does and does not control the noise ordinances. And while the municipal code, which I like, is very precise and it has a lot of detail in it, the general plan in certain places can trump the decibels chart. And I think both the municipal code and the general plan are kind of on the table in upcoming council considerations. I'm wondering if it would be advisable to just sort of, if we could somehow encapsulate some of that into a condition of approval that would be acceptable, that would just sort of freeze that 60 decibel limit, or however we would do it. It's not something that I guess we normally do in the conditions of approval, noise limits.
So if I understand what you're saying, first of all, the general plan and the noise ordinance need to be consistent, right? The general plan sets forth goals and policies and actions to implement, as part of the holistic general plan. But it doesn't get into really specific details about noise. It leaves that to chapter 9.32. So to your point, and this is basically inferred, but the commission could potentially add a condition that just basically says, the property shall be operated in compliance with chapter 9.32 at all times. I can tell you that enforcing the noise ordinance is no easy task, especially for uses that are operating, later in the evening or on weekends. But the commission could certainly add a condition like that through deliberation if that would help.
I have a thought. I'll hold it for discussion. I will point out that enforcement depends on a complaint coming first, and this is Deer Ridge. If there's a complaint, if somebody has a complaint, the city will hear it. It's just Deer Ridge. It's just my neighbor. I just know my neighbors. And kind of the last thing is I want a good definition of what constitutes an event, and we were just talking about it a little bit. And the activities that are allowed or not allowed. You did mention some live music, amplified music, for outdoor events. Is the restaurant going to be allowed to function as any kind of a concert venue?
That's not the intent that I'm aware of. That's not the way the report or the resolution's been crafted. Again, you can certainly ask the property owner about the desire to hold special events. Again, staff crafted the report and the resolution to anticipate what may happen in the future, but that kind of remains to be determined once the restaurant and bar are up and running. We can talk later, maybe during deliberation, about drilling down on what a special event may look like after you hear from the property owner and the public, because there are some things that we could get more specific about in the conditions, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, it might. We'll hear from the applicant on that and see if there's anything more we need to do. Is there, I guess there's probably nothing in the municipal code or general plan that discusses what an event is.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And finally, just in the opinion of staff, and we'll go over it, what's the best mitigations we can put into place to ensure the peace and tranquility of the neighborhood and open space? As you mentioned in the staff report, it is a serene location, and there is an open space there now. But we still preserve the opportunity for the operator to provide events. We want to make sure that they still have the opportunity to do it. But I guess the recommendations in your staff report would probably be about what you've.
Yeah, and I think to basically follow up on that, and again, it's tricky because it's not open yet, right? So we're trying to anticipate, and staff spent quite a bit of time both internally and then talking to the property owner, hearing from the residents, right, leading up to this meeting, how you strike that balance between making sure it's a viable use while preserving that tranquility that you talked about and ensuring there aren't any impacts on the neighbors. Those are reflected in the draft conditions to the best of staff's ability. But again, let's see how this meeting plays out, what kind of comments are provided, what sort of discussion there is amongst the commission, and then these conditions can be modified accordingly.
Perfect. All right, those were my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Brand?
Just continuing a bit more on the special event side. Chapter 7 of Parks and Facilities talks about exempt special event uses. And I think we're using that same phrase. I'm hearing special event a lot in the staff report. And one of the things that's called out in this code is that an event on the site of or within a golf course, meeting hall facility, and so on and so forth, is essentially exempt from special event uses. So that's talking about like having to get much broader approval from, the Parks and Rec director and things of that nature. So is the idea here that the CUP would essentially define what these special event criteria are as a result of it not being it's an exempt special event use? I don't know if I'm making sense right now.
Yeah, if you could say that again, and then actually before you do,
Yeah.
The code you referenced is specific to city properties, or public properties, and this is a private property. I understand what you're saying in terms of
Right, but it's a
trying to
semi-public
match.
use facility, right? So does that have any factor as far as that? Just a question I had. I don't know if any other residents may.
Go ahead.
Oh, Katie first.
Thank you for the question. So as Eric indicated, the language in Title VII has to do with use of city-owned facilities by third parties. And so in staff's estimation, that is not commensurate with a special event that we might see at a privately owned facility, such as the proposed bar and restaurant, because they may be very different in nature. So the definition of special event in the municipal code is sort of an apples and oranges item compared to the special events that are being contemplated here. And what staff can do and what we can discuss when you actually get to discussion is provide some examples of special events that would further define what that concept means in this particular context, because the zoning ordinance doesn't provide that context here.
Understood. Thank you for the explanation. And then I think the only other one was as far as the there was a choice. Oh, sorry. What was called out specifically was two groups of 4 events allowable within 1 calendar year. Did I read that right? Per month. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that number? How was that number reached?
A little bit of magic.
I mean,
No,
if there's no answer,
yeah, it wasn't specifically defined by the property owner. So this is, again, staff's attempt to allow special events in some manner, to facilitate a little bit of use of the property, but while not having them, every day of the month. So it's not based on any sort of, formula or anything like that. Indoor allowed, outdoor allowed, limit the number, but it's not a magical number.
Okay, so that might be a discussion with the applicant regarding,
Yep.
Is that appropriate? Is it not appropriate? Something of that nature, as part of what you had described
Yep,
in the code.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Right now, I'm I just have one question about lighting, and that's really my only question. Is there a way to maybe put our guards on lighting so lighting doesn't hit the neighbors, or make sure that the lights are shining on the property itself? I know it's light spreads, I understand, but anything like that?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can do with lighting, and I'm not super familiar with the fixtures that are on the parking lot lights now. Again, that might be a question for the property owner. There's different ways to address the condition that's in there now. And certainly if the commission and the residents aren't concerned about it, that condition can be removed. You can get more specific with the condition about requiring the existing fixtures to be modified so that they are, the light is directed downward, doesn't spill over. There's different things you can do, but yeah, you can modify fixtures accordingly.
What's the capacity seating there? I see 150, but is it 150 all in, or is it more than that?
Yeah, you might want to ask the property owner that question. I don't know if the occupancy has been totally identified yet through the building permit process
Okay.
in terms of the occupant load.
Mm.
And I can look at the plans we have on file now, but that would be a question for the property owner as well.
Yeah, because I see here on one of your maps that it's 150. I see 150, and I'm just curious to know, is that all in seating? No, seating 120. But that's just seating. That's not total occupancy. And we wouldn't have that information tonight, correct?
Yeah, I'll have to look through those plans as well. You can just give me a minute, or I'll look at it during
Sure.
public
Absolutely.
comment. How about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's kind of important. Okay, the rest of my questions are for the applicant. So with that said, I'll go ahead and open up public hearing at this time. Applicant can come forward if they'd like.
Yeah, and the property owner does have a presentation that he's going to run through.
Okay, great.
Mr. McCauley, if you can grab that clicker over there. There we go. Sorry for pointing. You should just, I think there is a pointer. Okay.
Good evening. So I thought it'd be good just to go through a quick presentation. I think it'll answer some of the questions or bring some good questions up. I'm going to try this here. Can't remember this thing, but there we go. So this is the footprint of the upper floor, the current kitchen, dining room, and bathrooms that are, as you guys probably have been in there, was a pro shop, dining room, and bar. So this pretty much is the same exact footprint as it was. The kitchen, of course, you could see is right around, it's a larger kitchen. It's right around 38% of the total overall footprint of the upstairs, which is a little bit larger than when we build kitchens out would be. And I think that was just simply because they used to cater to other areas of the course. So this is pretty much staying untouched. Obviously, it'll be a larger dining hall in that big bullpen area to the north. Oops, sorry. And this currently is the downstairs, what it looks like. We currently have to the bottom left a storage room, utility room, grease trap, dry storage for the restaurant. It currently is still intact. Everything's there. It was used by the restaurant for basically utility type of items. And then, of course, the big area where the golf cart garage was. Sorry. Here is the proposed bottom floor. As you can see, it's a relatively large TI. If you look at the banquettes here, I don't think there's a pointer on this, but the staircase going out the back towards the top of this diagram is facing Diablo. So if you have your bearing straight on this one, there's kind of a line of banquettes along that wall. To the south, which is going to your right, that will be the main entrance coming into the bottom portion of the new restaurant. And then kind of a private seating area to your bottom right, which would be what we would call the north, probably the northeast area of the golf cart garage. And then right to the left there is a staircase and an elevator, so we can connect the two bottom and top floors together. A large bar is about 20 feet long, right in the middle. And then to your far left or to the south part of the bottom floor is going to be a full set of bathrooms, ADA bathrooms, and continuing to keep the existing bathroom intact that we have to the far left. I know that's a little rough, but fear not, we have a video. I don't know if any of you have seen this, but I want to play it for us real quick. Let me see if I could do this, Eric. Oh, no. Get your IT people here. Well, this was a video that we created just to have everybody get an idea of what it's going to look like done. It's not accurate, but it's pretty much what we want to do there. Shoot. If you could put it on there and you just hit, it'll have a play screen at the bottom. On this particular picture, you could see the new patio that we poured to the right, which is facing north. And this is the original front of the structure clubhouse building that has existed. Let me start hitting buttons on this thing.
Hold on.
That was bad.
Chair Roberts, point of order. I think the clock should stop ticking while we deal with technical issues.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
So I think we got it to work, but we'll share it from my screen over here.
Okay.
And then you can narrate.
No narration needed. There we go. So coming around the back side of the building, this is all currently existing. The back side of the building is really where the architecture comes in. You see to this far left is the entry to the bottom, big patio area. Coming in from the patio area to the bottom floor, looking out towards the new orchards. Existing patio area coming downstairs into the lower restaurant. Here's the conceptual idea we have for this. Far north section, coming near the elevator, and then going up the staircase to the top floor. There was some cool music with that, but I think me narrating is better. Top floor, currently the bullpen area where the main dining is, and the kitchen to the far left of this video. We're pretty proud of it. I think I could take it over from here. The one thing I wanted, the next slide is kind of that, I think what's confusing some folks when they saw this video was the bullpen area, outside patio area looked quite extensive. And so I just want to review that in a slide to give people more of an idea of what it will look like. Here we go. So looking out towards the top of the floor, looking out towards Mount Diablo, east, northeast, this is the patio area. And this is more of a typical weekday or weekend that the patio would look like. Outdoor dining, outdoor umbrellas and chairs and tables for people to dine and sit. That's pretty much what we envision with the new operator it's going to look like most of the time. Okay. All right, so let's get to the important stuff. So light mitigation measures. So I know lighting is a big issue. couple of things that we've done as a team is installed motion sensitive lighting. So when you go by it, it clicks on. It is on all the time, but it is motion sensitive, so it'll continue to increase as people are walking. We did ensure that all bulbs are covered. We fixed all those in the parking lot, and of course, everything faces downward, which really helps with light intrusion. Turning off lights when not in use, we are open to that. There is some concerns within the public to have the lights in the parking lot continue to be on all night, and we're open to that too. We'll probably have to take more of a public comment on that to see if leaving the lights on or off is adequate for those people who are impacted the most, which are obviously living right next door to the parking lot. Warm lighting, so we have mostly warm lighting, which is yellow lighting. We added, of course, dimmers and LED smart lighting all around the building. And then I don't know why I put this in here twice, maybe because I just wanted to drill it home that we installed motion sensitive lighting that limit lights when they're on. That's actually the first slide here. Noise mitigation. So a couple of key points that I want to just point out, and I know we're going to discuss this further, but we've planted about 1,200 new evergreen trees. They're not conifers, but they are evergreen. So it will keep the decibels down from normal amounts of evergreen plantings, help the decibels between 5 and 10 decibel, lowering it 5 to 10 decibels. I think what our standard would be, and I know that in item 9.32, it might differ, but we do feel like we can keep noise levels to right around 55 decibels outdoors and 45 decibels indoors. Of course, the acceptable noise level for environmental noises is about 70. So I know we're going to talk a little bit more about that. My last slide is basically just understand what happened there. Oh, sorry. My last slide is basically just keeping the integrity of the overall master plan. And so what our big concern is, our team really wants to make sure that we keep the golf course as intact as we possibly can. So in other words, what that means is getting the amenities onto this property that would one day possibly have the capability to have a golf course operator come in and want to open up and do business again. I feel like that's what we should work for as an ownership group, as well as a community and a city. I think everything that we're doing so far is continuing to foster that position where if a golf course operator were to come into place, such as Shadow Lakes reopened, they're able to do that easily. And so what that takes is a couple of things. One, a restaurant. Golf courses do not survive without food and entertainment and events, and they don't survive without a clubhouse. So I would encourage Planning Commission to let us build another structure here that would include a clubhouse or recreation room within Measure Q. What this does is brings the community closer to bringing it either to a golf course or a fully usable community enhancement, much like Trilogy at the Vineyards. If you take Trilogy and you look at what Deer Ridge has to offer, it's pretty close. So I would encourage you guys to help us get to that point as a team. That concludes everything I have to say.
Anyone have questions? Commissioner Floyd for the applicant?
Sure, thanks a lot for that presentation, by the way. That's pretty awesome. So let's see, what did I talk to you about that? About the bar, can you offer the community some more reassurances that this isn't going to be like a rowdy place? This is going to be a nice place, fun place. And yeah, if you could talk about that fast casual thing versus, maybe some people are thinking more upscale, but I think that they're probably pretty congruent.
So I will say this, is that bars are indicative of the operators. And so the operators that you choose are extremely important. We chose an operator that has several restaurants, has several bars/restaurants, and understands the ramifications of having, a lot of nighttime activity. And he's not that operator. This isn't a nightclub; it's a restaurant. And I will say that overall, if you look at the restaurants in Brentwood, they do kind of wind down right around 9:30ish. You don't really have a lot of activity in the Deer Ridge area. The restaurants that we currently have right in that vicinity, which I have information on a lot of them, and really things shut down right around 9:30. On the weekends, 10:30. The bar piece of it, I can't say that people aren't going to be drinking and going home with a little too many, but it's just like any other bar. It's all about how the operator manages that bar piece. When you're regulated by ABC and you have several locations, it just doesn't affect that one location. It affects everything. So there's a higher stability of an operator like that, making sure that they comply with all of the ABC requirements. It's the best I could answer that question.
Sure. That's a good answer. Having just said that, and there was this other question I was asking, how did you arrive at wanting to stay up until 11?
I feel like Deer Ridge wants that. I feel like as people are partiers up there, we're going to have a Metallica concert up there, and they're all happy about it. And,
yeah, what is it like? Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm, I'm okay with basically the one person in this whole building that does not want problems is who? Me. Everything falls on me, regardless of what everybody thinks. Everything does. Nobody calls you guys at nighttime when there's a problem. They call me. And so, yeah, if I thought there was a big problem with staying open till 11, I would probably stop it. I did ask the operator if he was okay with closing earlier, and he said absolutely. Do I think it's going to be open till 11 every night? No, I don't.
Cool. What else have we got here? Yeah, I guess, did we talk about the fast casual dining? What does that look like?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I'm kind of mixed up about this. So I've gotten a lot of different feedback from everybody. Some people want a white tablecloth dining experience. Some people don't. I think being a golf course, I think the important thing was that we bifurcated the two upper and lower floors of this. And so we have more of a upper dining experience on the top floor and more of a casual dining experience on the bottom. And so whether that sticks, we don't know, but we want to make sure that, like to allude what Eric's saying, we really don't know operationally what we're going to be looking at, but we want the ability to say, hey, yeah, if you really want to have a upper white tablecloth experience in a restaurant, we're able to perform that in the upper part of the building, and then or vice versa, right? And so that was one of the big reasons why we wanted to make sure we had both floors occupied with restaurant.
Okay, that's good.
What I like about this restaurant and this property is, one, there's going to be nothing like it anywhere around here, and we need more high-scale, really artisan type of restaurants. But this has the ability to have an outdoor casual, come in, have a drink, have a quick dinner or hors d'oeuvres, and then go home, or you can sit there and you could dine upstairs in a longer, or you can just kind of hang out in the bottom, and so it has the ability to do all of those things, which I think is a big deal. It's a big deal in this. I don't have another restaurant that I am part of anywhere that has the availability to do that as much as the Deer Ridge project does. I think it'll be special.
Okay. And just the last thing about the events, what do you envision for your events?
So I think the worry is that everybody thinks I'm a big event guy and I love weddings, but my daughters hate doing weddings right now. They don't want to do them anyhow. It's just they're a lot of work. I don't feel there's going to be a large need to have weddings or large events at this particular location. It's not on our radar screen at all. I just want to put and squash that. If they did want to hold a large event like that or a wedding, I'm sure they could do that, but that's just not the intent. The events that I think that will happen there would be a summertime outdoor music type of wine and dine and casual music. That's a lot of our properties that we manage right now, we own. That's what we do. They're very successful. People love them. I think that's not going to change here. I think it would be the same type of event. I don't even really call that an event.
So like kind of like an art festival sort of thing, or?
It's funny. Brentwood, believe it or not, we gravitate towards what Brentwood wants, what this community wants. And what they want, believe it or not, is they want to come home after driving all day and they want to chill out and unwind somewhere with some good music and wine and some food. That's really what they want to do on a Friday night. It's what they want to do on a Thursday night. I know the city's off mostly 3 days a week, or they're off 3 days, yeah. So they'll usually wind down on Thursday nights. But yeah, no, just kidding. So I think this particular property will kind of be that type of piece for the community where, the operator is going to want to kind of do that. Event-wise, we've been asked to have things like birthday parties, anniversaries. The whole community is coming down there when we're working, and they're really asking us when are we open because they have a 50th anniversary or whatever that they want to celebrate. If we want to call those events, we can. I don't typically think that would fall in that bucket. I think that's just a restaurant operator's reservation, and they're having a large party somewhere. I don't know if we want to include that in the number of events that we have or how we're going to regulate that, but we could figure that out. I think what the concern would be maybe is, hey, are we going to have this large concert series there on the lawn and be blasting music? If the community wants that, I think that'd be great. If they don't, then we probably wouldn't do that. Does the operator that operates the restaurant right now want to do that? No, he wants to sell food and just be a restaurant.
Okay. Yeah. And I guess just kind of a rhetorical question. Do you understand that we're not, in trying to put some regulations down and trying to control what happens at this restaurant, it's nothing personal with you. You're very well respected in this community, and you should know that. And but the conditions of approval in the CUP run with the property. And so what I'm trying to do here is figure out what people want to see there, and eliminate any hazards that could arise with a change of ownership or anything else down the road. And really appreciate your openness and your willingness to be come down here and talk to us about this stuff. And hopefully we'll put together something that works for everybody. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, my team and I understand that. I mean, we know we need, it was a broad CUP, and we're willing to work with you guys. So, yeah.
All right, perfect.
Commissioner Brand?
Commissioner Flora asked all my questions, so thank you.
Sorry.
Commissioner Johnson?
Just one question about the clubhouse. So I guess your intention is to build a clubhouse so in case we do get a golf course operator, there will be another standalone golf clubhouse. Where would that be located on the property?
That's a great question, Gerald. I'm glad you asked it. So yeah, so the reason why we're here today originally was to try to really put back what was happening at Deer Ridge back into play, which was to make that a full-blown, either membership or a clubhouse, a semi-public clubhouse and restaurant and grill, right, bar, grill, whatever. So they currently had a large event center to the, it would be the south of that building. And so there's already a pad with amenities and power run to it, but it was never constructed. There is some old documents that we found that alluded back to the community wanting that built before the subdivision was finished, but I think it just went away and it never got constructed. But the reason why golf courses nowadays aren't successful is simply because they have to have multiple facets of revenue. Being a restaurant, obviously the golf and greens fees, clubhouse events, and things of that nature, a lot like the success of Lone Tree right now. There's, from what I know, pretty good success with Shadow Lakes currently right now. So that's not to say another operator wouldn't want to come through Deer Ridge and put this back into play. But I do know this, is that if we don't come closer to doing that, an operator will never, even fathom spending the money to put the greens back. So my goal is to just step closer and closer to possibly doing that while giving the public something right now to be proud of.
Okay. So the clubhouse is going to operate as a clubhouse separate and apart from the restaurant, correct?
Yeah, we would call it a recreational facility. And so it would include like a recreation room, a community room, a spa, similar to what we see up at Trilogy at the Vineyards.
Okay.
If you haven't seen, we've really tried to emulate what we've done there in Deer Ridge with all the vines and the trees.
Okay. Just to put some guardrails on the events, because that's my concern. You've got 4 events, probably 1 a week. How many events when people think of events, I think of a event, but you've got so much space there. There's a lot of space in this beautiful facility. You could have 6 or 7 events in 1 day. You can parcel that out. So my question to you is, when we're talking about events, are we talking about 1 event? Or are we talking about multiple events on once a week? Just for clarification for me.
Yeah, so I think the definition of an event might be something over 200 people. I would put a number on it. And in our world, it's anything over 150 people would qualify for a semi-large event. And so, do we plan on having a lot of these up there? We don't. Okay. So to put more definitive lines onto that, I'm not quite sure how to do that. I mean, we could probably work on that together with staff, but right now we want to have the ability to hold events in case we needed to have one there, but it's not our core. It's not our core business. There is running a restaurant is really what we want to do.
And when you talk about your operator, the operator is interested in food and allowing people to come in and have a cocktail here and there. Is the operator also interested in renting out the facility at any point in time?
Renting it out.
Renting it out.
Would you like to have a party there, Anita?
Oftentimes, places are rented out and catered. People will cater their events for cost. So I'm just wondering if there's any thought to renting out the facility or space, is maybe what I'm saying, and having folks bring in their own catering and doing some kind of soiree. I'm asking because I know that that's something that people do, smaller clubs do, and you've got a great facility. I don't know why somebody wouldn't want to come to the operator and ask if they could rent out the space to do something special for whatever.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So the operator there makes his money off food
Mhm.
and alcohol, selling food and alcohol.
Right.
The space itself is 8 acres. My group runs and operates the facility grounds. And so with the hope that we do have another ancillary building there, they are part of the grounds, but they don't control them. They don't pay cams on them. We do that.
Right.
So if they wanted to use that for a large event, they would have to come to us to
Okay.
get permission. So we did put that in the lease with them. So
Okay.
we would be able to regulate those things ourselves within our group.
Great. That's good to know. And your capacity is way over 120. For a facility like that, how many people could you get in if you had to and utilize every part of that real estate?
Are you saying with the new building that we're going to build or with the?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the new building that we want to build, I think that's about 5,000 square feet. And I think that would probably hold up to 200 people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. The lights were discussed, so thank you for that. Thank you for the presentation. How long do you think it will be before those evergreens are in full-grown capacity?
Well, we're pumping them with steroids as we speak. They have,
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen them, but they're growing pretty good right now.
They're doing pretty good?
Yeah, I mean, one of our things was, and we appreciate the hard work staff has done, is just to get that landscape plan done and in, just simply because we had to really get those things. It doesn't look like we want it to look unless we get that stuff in the ground and it grows. So yeah, we
Understood.
appreciate the expedited piece on that. But yeah, I mean, they should look pretty good this summer.
Excellent. And when I look at your facility, I see convention also. So was there a thought, you being the owner-operator, that this facility could also be used as a convention site for businesses in Contra Costa?
You're getting crazy on me, Anita.
Well, I'm keeping it
But
real.
yeah, I don't think, honestly, I don't think the community would like, I look at that place more like a trilogy, like where it's a semi-public operation where you can go hit a spa, sit outside, dine. If there was an event, it would have the ability to do that. But as far as like having regular business conventions and things of that nature, I don't think that's the right application.
You don't see it?
Yeah.
Not yet.
I think it's stuck in the middle of a neighborhood, it's more of a country club.
People go down to Napa all the time.
You're right.
So
I like you.
Yeah,
I like you.
just keeping
Yeah.
it 100. Okay, well, that's all I have. Thank you so much. And I'm going to open it
I
up
have a
for
follow-up.
public. Pardon?
I have a follow-up, just a quick follow-up.
Oh.
I just want to know how many parking spaces there are there.
173
Mhm.
and 73, I believe.
So an event of 200 people, you could probably park them all there.
Yeah, from what I know, it might be more, but that particular location was meant to have the other building, the ancillary building. So I think the city made them oversize that park. I mean, the parking lot's huge.
It's good. I mean, the thing we don't want to have happen is a lot of on-street parking because there's no place for overflow. So as long as you have parking, and as you contemplate future plans like a potential Measure Q, just keep the parking in mind as well, because if you had to expand it, you could put that in your measure. All right.
We're going to stay out of Measure Q. We're going to stay out of Measure Q.
You're going to stay out of it?
I don't want to. We want to be within the boundaries of Measure Q, which I think is just responsible for us. Yeah.
All right. Okay, well, that's a
I want to put a
another day.
facility up there that is within the Measure Q boundary, I think is what I'm saying.
Okay, well, you can consult with staff on that then, as to what would be allowed and what wouldn't, But that's not for today. I don't want to get in trouble with that.
It sounds like it is, Rod. I think I got 2 people that want it.
I think that there are people that would love to hear us discuss it today. There is the Brown Act, and we can only discuss what's on the agenda.
That's right.
Yeah, so We've gone pretty far, and, but I don't want to,
I hear you.
I don't want to cause problems, and you understand, I'm sure. All right.
All right, so thank you so much. We're going to open it up now for public comments, public hearing.
Through the chair, I have 7 speaker cards, and we'll start with in audience, and then we'll go to Zoom. So if you would like to speak in Zoom, please have your hand raised. We'll start with Tom Deladorf.
Good evening. Very late for a Brentwood kind of guy, because we do go to bed pretty early around here. My name's Tom Doldorf. Lived in Brentwood since, 1996. So we're nearly here for 30 years. Watched it go from 9,600 people to what we are today. And it's the first time I've ever visited the city hall or even seen this chamber before. So I just wanted you guys to have understanding that, I've trust your work, and we've liked most of what we've seen. And, but we lived over by Bristow in the early years, and now we are on Spyglass, just above this project that's taking place. Watched it develop, and we are quite amazed by the work that's being done there. Walk the dogs by it every day, drive by it all the time. My backyard, actually, I look right at the pump, everything he's doing. And we're very excited about it. We were concerned about hearing things about it could be delayed and other things like that. And I can understand from the conversations you're having, you're doing your due diligence. Overall, I think the concept is fantastic. Does fit the neighborhood. Because honestly, if we want to get that golf course back, if we want to see this place back to the way it's supposed to be, you do need the draw of this. Because if you go around, the only golf courses that are really doing well economically are the ones that also have the other revenue streams. Having been a golfer back in my early days before I had 3 kids and it was very expensive, I can talk about some other issues that people in the neighborhood had, maybe when they were there, when the golf course was there. Concern about drinking. I don't know about you, but on a golf course, there's a lot of drinking. There's a lot of guys driving around, they're getting sauced. Anybody who bought when that place was a golf course was dealing with, those types of folks in the neighborhood. So it's not like something new is being introduced. I know it's gone away, but yeah, and this type of establishment, the level of clientele such, I'm not seeing it, but it sounds like he's going to be very conscious about, dealing with that sort of thing. So we're not concerned about that. The hours are interesting because having worked in restaurants in a prior life, and we do go to restaurants a lot, Brentwood dies by 9 o'clock. I mean, everyone's in bed. I mean, you can go to any restaurant, any place that still stays open. There's like 5 or 6 people in there. So economically, I don't know if he's even going to want to stay open past 10 o'clock Monday through Thursday. Fridays and Saturdays, a whole nother deal. But, I would find it interesting to see if he could actually function economically past 9 o'clock, because people literally during the week go to bed. One thing I heard, which was interesting about the conversation about the parking lot, is, when the lights are off, that place is dark and it's a flat area. There is a safety concern. Having lights on would be nice, but then I understand the people living next door may not want the lights on. So that's kind of interesting, looking at both ways. But keeping them on for the employees who are leaving, whenever they are leaving at night, they do need the safety of a lit parking lot. So I would, have you guys consider that if you're going to start talking about timings for lights and stuff. I believe there's a gate on that parking lot too, if I'm not mistaken. Having that thing locked up once they are done and out is good to keep, teenagers like to find quiet, dark places to park. So maybe we can eliminate that piece. But other than that, those are just some of the observations I've had by listening. So I just wanted you guys to know that, typically when we're by 9 o'clock, it was important enough for us to come down here and actually listen and speak to you guys right now. So thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Lucas.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Lucas. I live in Deer Ridge. I'd like to start off by saying I'm 100% in support of the new restaurant at the Deer Ridge Clubhouse. The project is a win for the Deer Ridge community and a win for the city of Brentwood. And every Deer Ridge resident I've spoken with is in favor of the project and extremely excited for the opening. But I was actually puzzled why this item was back on the agenda, because I've attended previous planning commission meetings on Zoom, and I've heard the project approved and authorization given to Mr. McCauley to proceed and complete the restaurant. So I'm wondering why isn't the previous approval being honored? It seems unethical to modify or adjust a previously approved project agreement. But I used to play golf at Deer Ridge. I've eaten both lunch and dinner there at the restaurant. I've attended special events there, such as the United Way fundraiser that included a late evening dinner. So special events. I guess that's why I'm also puzzled about this lengthy process, because I don't see any significant change in the operation of his restaurant. He basically wants to reopen the once operational restaurant. Yeah, so in closing, I hope you give Sean McCauley the final green light so we can get the restaurant open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Will Steinhauer.
Good, very late evening. Yes, my wife and I are usually in bed about an hour and 2 hours ago. So we moved here in December of 2019. The golf course had already closed. We live in Deer Ridge on Foothill, like right down the street from this place. And then I watched what happened to this building, and it just went terrible. Vandalism, broken windows, stuff being smashed, everything overgrown. And then there was all these different ideas and plans of what could be. And then there was all these naysayers about why it shouldn't be, because it should be a golf course. It's not going to be a golf course unless this gentleman comes in here and does this that will invite people, at least give it a chance. I really look forward to being able to walk down the street, grab a bite to eat, grab a drink, walk home. I don't think you're going to need that many parking spots because most of us will walk there. And for the events, I would still walk there. My wife and I, my family, we're fully in support of this. I understand the concerns. I think he has gone above and beyond to address the concerns and really make this suitable to the neighborhood, keeping it true to its roots. If you had seen it the way I saw it at its worst, and you see it now, it is gorgeous. It is beautiful. And as the other gentleman spoke about going to the golf course, the restaurant probably was not as good as I expect this new one to be. The facility inside and out. I've heard about the Deer Ridge Golf Course. It was closed when we moved in. We were excited about it being closed. Great green space. I could go walk through it. No issues. Great place to walk my dog. If the golf course comes back, that's great. If it doesn't, and we have an incredible restaurant and facility, community center, whatever it turns out to be, I'm sure it'll be magnificent. I look forward to that. It is nothing but all pluses from me. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bobby Juricic.
Good evening, Chairperson Roberts and Commissioners. I'm here tonight, full support of this project and the CUP, and asking for you to approve this tonight and let this project move forward again. Since the course and the clubhouse have closed, I've been awaiting a project that had, the aesthetics of the neighborhood and, the vibe of the neighborhood and added some value. And I think this does that. I know this does that. And I'm looking forward to going there myself. Close enough to walk there and home. And, like everyone said, most of us are quiet and in bed early. So I know we won't be there too late and too rowdy, but I think this is a value add and a no-brainer. So let's get this thing moving forward again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Victoria Sandberg.
I'm the first short person here. Let's see. How's that? Yeah. I would like to once again express my support for the restaurant project at the Deer Ridge Clubhouse and to make some comments on the proposed amendment to the CUP. I live in one of the closest proximity homes to the clubhouse and am one of the homeowners most impacted by what happens on clubhouse property. I support the hours of operation and special event rules. Some residents may want to impose an earlier closing time. From the beginning, I have tried to balance my convenience and comfort with the overall good of the neighborhood. It's important that the restaurant is successful. That will ensure continued maintenance and improvement of the clubhouse property and also incentivize the rehabilitation of the rest of the property, be it vineyards and olive groves and trail maintenance, or even the return of a golf course. Having flexibility in hours helps the operator and owner pivot to what works for this particular location. Another consideration is that in the summertime, I can guarantee you that a lot of us are going to want to be on that patio relaxing after 9 p.m. I don't expect the restaurant to be open past 10 p.m. any day of the week just because that's the pattern in Brentwood. Perhaps that would be a good compromise closing time for Sunday through Thursday. I would request that the parking lot lighting requirement be removed. The parking lot lights have been on all night as long as we've lived there, over 10 years, even when the building was unoccupied. As much as I don't enjoy the light coming into my bedroom, I think a dark parking lot is a security risk for residents and something that I would like less than having the light problem. I want police and anyone driving by at night to be able to see what's going on in the parking lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lars Sandberg.
Chairperson Roberts and commission members, my name is Lars Hamburg. I live at 901 Augusta Drive, which is at the corner of Augusta Drive and Foothill. Our house is the closest to the main entrance to the clubhouse, which is right around the corner. I am fully in support of this project. I'm looking forward to being able to walk to the restaurant, and we're close enough where I can actually crawl home if I need to. So we have lived there since 2013. We watched a beautiful golf course just turn into an overgrown, weed-infested mess. I think a nice restaurant in the former clubhouse will add value not only to Deer Ridge, but also to the entire city. I do have one request though, and that is, like Vicki said, the lights. Those lights have been on pretty much every night since we moved in. They do match the street lamps in Deer Ridge. The color is it's a yellowish, I'd say probably 2700 K temperature. They're not very bright. Sometimes we look over our back fence and I feel like I'm living in a Thomas Kincaid painting. When we lived in Antioch, our house backed up to an open space that was not lit. And several houses, including ours, were burglarized by the people coming in over the back fence and stealing our stuff. I think having the lights on all night adds a feeling of security to us and our neighbors. There's about 6 or 7 homes along Augusta Drive that back up to the parking lot. So I'm looking forward to putting this whole neighborhood nightmare behind us. We have worked with the city staff and they have been very receptive to our requests, very, very cooperative. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you.
Marlene Nice.
I'm not sure that I can say much more that hasn't already been said, other than obviously I am 100% in support of this project. It's a great relief that we're no longer watching weeds grow and vandalism. As for the lights in the parking lot, I actually called Mr. McCauley one night and disturbed him and said, the lights are not on tonight. Would you have somebody come and turn them on? It was pitch dark, not good. So the lights need to be on. They were on when it was a golf course. I don't know why it's an issue. I understand that it's your job to kind of look at, oh, what might happen here and what might happen there. And, if the homeowners are going to not be happy, well, I guarantee if the homeowners aren't happy, he isn't going to be successful. So I think we're going to take care of that. You can worry all you want. I don't think that we can afford to hope and wait for someone to come along whose plans would please every single person. It'll never happen. I think what he's done is amazing, and I want this opened now. Whatever it takes for you guys to get it going, let's get it done.
Thank you.
I have no other speaker cards for those present in the chambers. We will go to Zoom, so please raise your hand if you are interested in speaking on this item. We'll start with Marisol Baez.
Thank you. I hope the Planning Commission had time to read my email that I sent earlier today. I'm a Deer Ridge resident since 2005. I'm an original owner. I love walking in my neighborhood and happy to see the upgrades to the clubhouse. Most of us in Deer Ridge want to see the clubhouse turned into a restaurant and are grateful Sean McCauley purchased the parcel. I can say this and mean it, but I can also want earlier closing hours and suggested in the CUP. I also want what's best for our community after being invested for so many years. We need reasonable hours in the CUP. 11 p.m. is not reasonable for our residential community. We're not in a strip mall or in a shopping center. Every restaurant comparable to the clubhouse that are adjacent to our community in down Balfour are closed by 9 or 9:30 p.m., as Sean mentioned. To keep in line with the area and keep our community safe, please update the CUP to have the restaurant bar closed by 9 p.m. Sundays through Thursdays, closed 10 p.m. Fridays, Saturdays, holidays. This would match the rest of our area. These hours should also be reflected for noise and special events. 11 p.m. is too late to be open in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Please update the hours of operation as suggested by myself for the safety of our community. Make this a win-win for all involved. Thank you.
At this time, I have no other hands raised.
Okay. Okay, well, at this time, I'm going to close public hearing.
Through the chair, I apologize. An additional person raised their hand. Steve Silva.
Hi, good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of many close neighbors that are all close enough to receive the notice letter from the city. And I also have seen Sean try to address people's concerns, which I very much appreciate. We've lived here also over 15 years, and we were here when the golf course was open. We also are looking forward to enjoying the restaurant. Our only request is an earlier close time. Thank you so much.
I'll wait one more second to see if anyone else would like to speak. Please raise your hand now. Through the chair, I have no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we'll close public hearing. Do I have a motion?
I move to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that being said, any further discussion? I have a discussion, but I'll let everybody go first. Commissioner Johnson.
At this time, I think all of my questions have been answered, and I don't have any further discussion at this point.
Okay. Commissioner Brand?
I have a question for staff. What's being described as this auxiliary building with regards to, I think it was what the applicant described, the recreation, spa, something reminiscent of what exists today in the Trilogy subdivision. In what part of the cup is that listed? Or is that in the, because I didn't read about that in here.
It's not.
Right, so is there a suggestion that that is something that's added to the conditions of approval?
Yeah, I don't think that's something that we can address tonight. That's not how the project was noticed. That's not part of the agenda. So that would have to come later.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, good question.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Floyd?
Thank you, Chair Roberts. First questions, there was a couple. Why wasn't the previous approval honored? I think a lot of people came to the August 15th meeting or watched it on Zoom and saw us consider two items. The first was the item where we put this CUP forward, and the second was an additional CUP for some additions that were made, the little porch on the side and some stuff in the back, some plantings, and those were approved that night. But that wasn't this. These are two separate things, and I apologize. The kind of the bureau, is that correct? Yeah. It was design review.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Yeah,
correct. Design review application for the new landscaping and patio and trellis.
I misspoke. That the thing that we passed was a design review, not a CUP. That's important up here, so my mistake. But so you're seeing the process fold out, and if you know where I come from and how I got where I'm at now, you'll understand that I understand your frustration. But the process is as it is, and we're doing our very best. So I just want you to know that we did approve some stuff that night, but that wasn't this. And that night we talked about doing this, and here we are doing it. And I've seen some frustration in the community that it took so long to get from, August to February. And don't have any direct control over that. It took how long it took. And for that, we can't do anything to change that. It took what it took. I know that's not very satisfactory, but here we are. And if it makes you feel any better, my expectation is everybody walks away from this meeting with a great deal of certainty is what I hope is going to happen tonight. So I can't talk about how I'm going to vote, but I've wanted this day for so long so that people could have their say, we could get these things resolved, and we would have some certainty in this, okay? Let's see. Oh, I wanted to really thank the gentleman that said he likes the open space. I like the open space too. I am very proud of that open space. All right. I think that was the questions. I hope nobody feels like they have an unanswered question. I want to talk about the hours. I think that 9 o'clock is a perfectly acceptable closing time for a restaurant in Brentwood. I looked around, Red Robin notwithstanding. I didn't look at that one, but I looked at Zephyr and Caps and what is the new Italian place by Sweeney's? La Conda. I looked at all the restaurants I could find downtown. I looked at, is it Misaka, the sushi place that's right down the street? It's open till 9 every night, except I think on Sunday it's 8. Big Stewart's is open to 9. Everybody's open till 9. And, Mr. McCauley even mentioned it. So I think 9 o'clock is a good closing time. But I did hear some commentary in the public that they'd like to see it open at 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. And so I would be amenable to that, so 9 o'clock Sunday through Thursday, and then 10 o'clock Friday and Saturday. I did hear an intriguing thought about summer hours. We do have, long days a couple months out of the year when it's warm out. But I just don't think I can legislate, or kind of make a finding tonight on summer hours. But 10 o'clock is pretty good. And we all have our patios at home too. We can be out. I'm out every night in the summertime. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. So that's how I feel about the hours. What are our other topics? The noise ordinance, I was a little confused about 70 decibel environmental noise. I don't know what environmental noise is, if that's something that's, I don't think that's something that's contemplated in section 93203. Is that, so, Mr. McCauley, could I ask you, what is your definition of environmental noise?
That was the standard for the state of environmental, above 70 decibels was not accepted. So
Yeah,
anything
70 is
below,
like pretty loud. It's like by the freeway. So,
like a car going 30 miles an hour, I think, is 30 decibels.
Yeah.
So it's to relate it to the amount of noise.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've had a lot of discussions in this room about noise on other issues.
Just on the hours of operation, Rod, I think
yes,
if we can do 10 o'clock, I'd be okay with that. I know he'll probably close between 9 and 10, but giving the operator in the summertime that latitude to close at 9:30-ish would be good, better. Instead of 11. I think he'd be okay with that.
Stop serving at 9.
What's that?
Stop serving at 9.
Yeah, I mean, in the summertime, like some of the residents, I think they're going to want to be there. It doesn't get dark sometimes till it's still light at 9 in the summertime. I think, and a lot of the communities said that if there's nobody there, then the place is going to close. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having trouble with it. Again, I can see it in the summertime. You want to make use of that patio, which I did have a question for staff on that patio, by the way. It seemed to me like I saw somewhere, and thank you, Sean, for that. I saw somewhere that the dining was going to be under the roof, and we're seeing some diagrams of dining outside on the patio in the back there. Is that consistent with what we're thinking about in the CUP?
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up because it is listed in condition, draft condition number 5. But it does differ from what Mr. McCauley's presentation was. I was under the impression that the outdoor dining would be confined to the existing outdoor area that's under the cover of the building on that west side. But he definitely showed dining on the larger patio area. Again, at the discretion of the commission, if you want to allow that, it's totally fine. We would just modify the condition accordingly to strike under the roof line. And one thing I wanted to point out, because I know he just talked about the hours again. Obviously, that's probably issue number 1. It does dovetail very cleanly and nicely with the noise regulations as far as what that nighttime level is. So again, just for everyone's benefit, nighttime noise hours are from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., and those are more restrictive. It needs to be, quieter during those times. 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. are daytime hours where it can be a little louder, basically. So closing the restaurant at 10 would basically match with that, just for the commission's consideration.
It's something to think about. All right. I don't really actually have a problem with the patio being a dining area. I would have a problem with it being a concert venue, though. Yeah, I just don't want the loud bands late at night. I like it at the 60 decibel level, you know what I mean? All right, well, I still would like 9 o'clock hours during the week and 10 on the weekend.
So,
My turn.
oh, sorry.
Okay, well, I'm not all done, but,
Oh, okay.
but if you want to discuss hours and
I
can go
do
back.
want to discuss hours.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's do that.
So I'm comfortable with 10 o'clock Sunday through Thursday and 11 o'clock Friday to Saturday. And let me tell you why. The community has spoken. I've heard one person say, consider 9:30, and I respect that. But if the community is comfortable, and again, my experience with all these restaurants in Brentwood is no one is going to keep the utilities going and staff on if there's no one in there. So I'm going to trust that this gentleman has picked an operator that is not going to throw their money away by keeping a restaurant open or keeping one person at the bar with a cocktail in front of them. Discretion. On Friday and Saturday, that's a different story. And there are places downtown in Brentwood, smaller places, smaller venues, that are open, especially in the summertime.
In a neighborhood?
No, not in a neighborhood, but the bottom line is that this is kind of pushed back from a neighborhood. I don't see where it's going to be a problem for the residents. The residents have spoken. But on Friday and Saturday, I just don't see how that is going to be an issue. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, are folks going to be sitting around at 11 o'clock? Maybe they are. My concern is that if there's a venue that folks have engaged in, or an event that folks have engaged in, you're really cutting things down when you say it's got to be over with at 10 o'clock. Perhaps they want it to go till 11. I would leave it up to the discretion of the operator on a Friday and Saturday night to keep the venue open till 11 o'clock.
Let me ask you a question then.
Mm-hmm.
If you were a young parent
Mm-hmm.
and you had an 18-month-old child
Mm-hmm.
and you lived right next to that restaurant, would you want it open at 11 o'clock?
I wouldn't
at
want a
night?
restaurant around me if I had an 18-year-old child,
Well, they don't.
an 18-month-old
They don't have
child.
a choice. It's a house.
Yeah.
It's a neighborhood, and that's what we're trying to concern ourselves with here.
Mhm.
Is just that it is residential in nature. I understand there are a lot of people that are coming here tonight and saying that they're okay with it being louder.
Mhm.
But with the exception of the Sandbergs, I haven't really heard from the other people that are on that street, and they have a right to. And I have
I
heard
agree.
through back channels more about it,
I agree.
and they're not particularly happy. And you have heard some comments tonight
I
about
have.
the 9 o'clock. And frankly, I can kind of see people wanting to sit out on the patio, but they're not going to be dining. So what are they going to be doing out there? They're going to be talking, drinking, getting loud a little bit, just high spirits. It's just natural, and I'm just worried about it.
Well, it's an opinion that is respected. I'm going to stick with my thoughts here, and I do believe that the operator is not in a position, having several restaurants already in play, that would allow, and again, compromise the owner with a lot of complaints.
Chair Roberts,
So
I trust the operator.
I trust the operator
I trust
too.
the owner. But I don't have any means to trust is the next owner and the next operator.
Understood.
We need to make a CUP that works for
There you
all owners and all operators. Again, this is nothing against Sean McCauley. This is nothing against the operator that he's bringing in. It is about making a set of conditions of approval so that no matter who operates it, because the next person can come in, keep it open till 11, and not be a caring person like Sean, you know?
Well, and I'll take that under advisement, but the next person that can come in at 9 o'clock can tear the place up. I mean, we can go back and forth, right? There's no guarantee that the next person that comes in, if there's a next person, and there probably will be, that person, if we set the hours for 9 o'clock, would not do a disservice to the place. And for that matter, the residential community. So I don't know that it's so much time as it is the operator and the care. I understand the CUP, but I also want to believe that we have enforcement pieces that we can attach here. And I believe this came up the last time, where indeed, if things got out of hand, we would, and I think that we brought it to council, what would be our measure of enforcement in the event that something went terribly wrong? And they communicated to us that we could actually call them back in. So I'm going to rest on that.
Okay.
That's how I'm resting on it.
My preference is not to let things get terribly out of hand.
Exactly. Commissioner Johnson.
I totally agree. And we have to be careful not to hamstring the business owners. If I see a whole community out here who wants a successful restaurant, and we have to be careful that we don't hamstring them. We got to make sure that they're able to succeed. To Chairperson Roberts' point, if there's nobody coming at 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, that owner is going to close because labor is expensive. People are expensive. All of that stuff is expensive, and nobody wants to have those bills occurring. So they're going to close down if there's nobody there to support it. And I guarantee you, if there's a whole bunch of people start coming there and they're open till 11 o'clock and all of these people decide that they don't like what's going on, we're going to hear about it. But I don't want to hamstring them first. We have to allow it to work. There's one other thing. Let me just finish this and then I'll shut up. I heard a lot of comments which is contrary to my original thought, that lighting was going to be a problem at night. And I heard a lot of comments about having lighting on throughout the night. My original thought was people didn't want to have the lights in their house, but I heard a lot of comments saying lighting leads to security, which is true. So I know that, we put in here about 1 o'clock, turning the lights off. I would be amenable to having it, if that's something we could do. And I don't know, I have to ask, having the lights on later on to provide security. So that's one of the things that I want to say.
I just want to point out that I'm not trying to make them not be successful by closing at 9. Zephyr closes at 9. They are successful. Vicks closes at 9. They are successful.
But Zephyr and
closes
Vicks
at 9. They
different
are
types
successful.
of restaurants.
No, they're restaurants.
No, this is a venue where you can be out on the porch having a drink. This is not an indoor restaurant. I mean, where...
Well, we don't want a bar in our neighborhood is the whole point.
This is not a bar. Well,
if they're
I don't
outside
wanna
having a drink, it's a bar. If they're having a meal, it's a restaurant.
If I'm not mistaken, I heard Mr. McCauley say that the ABC license maybe it was the planning manager, the ABC license requires you to have, was it 50-50 or alcohol and...
50.
The food receipts have to exceed the alcohol receipts.
So it has to be 51%, 49. So I don't know that we're going to have a bar, but the community is in support of it. It is a beautiful rendition. That's the best rendition I've ever seen.
I agree. The place is gorgeous.
So anyway, I said what I had to say. Lighting is the only thing that I would want to address in terms of extending the lighting past 1 o'clock.
Can I just add a couple of things real quick onto Commissioner Johnson's comments? So one is the draft condition of approval number 10 is the one that basically says that, the lighting turn off by 1. If the commission is not concerned about that, again, based on a lot of the public comments that have been provided, I would recommend you just simply strike the condition, which means the lights would operate like they always have, right? That's one easy solution to that. And then the other one is, to Commissioner Flora's point, and again, this gets back to the difficulty of trying to anticipate impacts. This is a very tricky situation that we're all dealing with here tonight. But there's also a draft condition of approval number 12, which requires to come back within a year of opening to see how things are going, right? And that's not a typical condition that we put on projects. But again, that's put on there for this one because of all the discussion that's happened, right? So if that gives the commission any more comfort in terms of moving forward with it.
Sure.
May I ask you a question, Eric, in that coming back in a year, if the commission rules in favor or it doesn't rule in favor, whatever the ruling might be, in a year's time, at that point in time, if things, let's just hypothetically say that the commission rules in favor of, with some conditions, and in a year's time, we've come to find out that the applicant has not met out some of the concerns or conditions that are noted. At that time, can we put upon the applicant or this application, the CUP, a change in the script that we're looking at tonight? Can we
Well, I'll
put a
ask-
condition in now?
I'm sorry?
Can we put a condition in now
Now to do what?
to you've indicated that you've put this in 1 year, we would review it,
Correct.
correct?
Mhm. So,
Okay.
so if the commission adopts the resolution
Mhm.
and the commission likes that condition, I recommend leaving it in. We would then come back within a year of it opening. The way it's worded, and just for the benefit of the public, it says the permit shall be reviewed by the planning commission within 1 year of the commencement of use to ensure compliance with all operational conditions and to determine whether any modifications are necessary.
There you go. I like it.
So it's worded that way intentionally, right, to be flexible and a little bit vague, but it gives the commission an opportunity to say, yeah, hey, there are some changes that need to be made. And it's hard to say what those might be at this point in time, but that's the point of the review.
But Commissioner Flora, that's your insurance policy.
Mhm.
Again, I don't want things to get to be a problem. I want to make conditions of approval that help us make sure we don't have a problem in the first place. I don't want to hear back in a year from my neighbors that they don't like this thing.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? I just want it to be, I want tonight to be it.
Well, it might not be it tonight. So I think what we want to do is take in everything that we've discussed. It might not be that for tonight. We can always table it, but I don't think that we want to do that. So
No, we're
at
not
this
gonna
point,
do that.
I think that we've taken in as much as we can. We've heard from previous,
There's additional items besides the hours that we
Yes, I
haven't
know.
discussed.
Let me finish my statement. We've heard from previous residents that have come before us that were not in favor. We've heard from the residents this evening. We've had some discussion this evening. And at some point, we have to make a decision. This can't continue. We can't keep kicking the can down the road here. Commissioner Brand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as far as, it sounds like there's a couple of things of contention. Commissioner Johnson described lenience on the parking lot lighting. I'm somewhat amenable to that discussion as well. As far as the hours, I'm kind of halfway between all y'all. I think 10 o'clock is appropriate. And then subsequently, I think there's an appropriate discussion to be had regarding number 9, which is that no events will conclude any later than 10 p.m. That's different. So if you have an event, it would, the original discussion of, well, if you wanted 11, well, now if they have an event, which is 10, I imagine that you'd go the other way, right? Something like that. I did also want to consider the possibility for flexibility on 8 as far as music and such. Some kind of consideration. It seems like, according to staff, that there's pretty stringent guidelines towards the later time beyond 10 p.m. But as it's written now, we bump up about that 10 p.m. As far as addressing the noise concerns, what I might suggest is that we put in something regarding amplified versus non-amplified music. So performance groups that are appropriate in an outdoor setting, but are still relatively quiet to only entertain guests within a 100-foot radius, that sort of thing. I imagine that it could potentially give the applicant a bit of flexibility and enliven the community. Versus an amplified. So as the concert description, as I heard you say, might be a bit, have a bit more constraint on amplified music. I don't know if we have anything in the code as of now that might, I don't know. I'm looking down the line if these are the types of things that you're amenable to, as far as
I am.
Finding some
Common ground.
Finding some appropriate measures that I think what I'm hearing from the community at large, especially, might be appropriate, but just a way of helping enable that type of thing. I do feel pretty strongly about 10 p.m. close, though. I think I'm more open to the discussion as far as special events. Maybe extending beyond that point, but the music stops at 10 or whatever to account for that noise ordinance that extends beyond 10 p.m. And then as far as the revisiting at number 12, this commission might not look the same next year, and so that would be up to a different group of people. So I don't know how all y'all feel about what we've discussed here today and what potentially the public at large might feel as appropriate. So that would be a question of the confidence in the decision that we've made today, which, we're not all mind readers, but we can also, we can read between the lines with respect to some of the choices that we made. I have a preference personally as not setting everything completely in stone, because it does give us that flexibility. We can revisit it, but we can also just say, yeah, it's okay, and continue on it after a year. So these are all my thoughts here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Floyd.
So nobody on this commission cares that this isn't a neighborhood but me.
I don't think that that's fair, and
I think it
don't
is.
think that that's appropriate. I believe that we all are entitled to read what we'd like to read, hearing from the residents here in the chamber this evening. You are entitled to hear and say what it is that you need to say, but it's not about nobody cares about the residents in the neighborhood, because all the residents in that neighborhood are not in the chamber.
I live in that neighborhood. I know the residents in that neighborhood.
Okay?
But be that as it may, they chose not to appear. So all I can say is that as a planning commissioner, there are things that we have to do, and there are things that we have discretion to do. And where we have discretion, I think that we should apply the common sense that an average person would apply. And I think the common sense point of view from here is this is a very special place. It's in an open space. It's a wild place now. And it is a residential neighborhood, and it is quiet there at night. And you're wanting to be playing music at 11 o'clock at night. And I just don't think if you knew Deer Ridge the way that I knew Deer Ridge, if you cared about the open space the way I cared about the open space, you would feel differently. I get what you're saying. I know what you're hearing. But I just wish that it mattered more, that it was a residential neighborhood and that what was there before was a golf course, and they closed half an hour after sunset. So I feel like I'm not able to move this commission, so that's unfortunate. But that's the hours, and I guess that's the music. So what else is there? The lights, nobody cares about the lights. So the lights stay on, and yep, all right.
Okay,
I'm not ready to make a motion, but I'll hear one.
Okay, is someone ready to make a motion on this?
Should we discuss changes to the,
Yes.
so maybe we could get those
So
up.
we need
as
you to
far as-
kind of help us
Help
with
take notes.
crafting that.
That way, the motion would be comprehensive of
Mhm.
any changes.
I think we were talking about the lights staying on as a form of security that the residents have communicated. I get it. Talking about the hours of operation. And I believe we are all concurring that 10 o'clock was a good time.
Commissioner Brand had mentioned, dang it. Commissioner Brand had mentioned the amplified versus
Yeah, amplified
versus
versus,
non-amplified.
yeah. I think we need to definitely put that in the script as well.
I don't know the details on that, though. I'm
Well,
just,
we would want to keep the decimals down, right?
right, so are we picking an arbitrary time to
I think
include
music,
amplified music?
I think music, well, my opinion would be to stop the music at 9 o'clock.
We do have the sound ordinance.
Okay, that's just my opinion, which I'm.
You gotta, if you're gonna close at 10, you gotta wind down sometimes.
9
though.
o'clock would be a good time to stop the music.
But to Commissioner Flora's point, the ultimate ceiling would be the noise ordinance. So I think what we're saying is, wouldn't want to add on top of that and say beyond 8 p.m., for example, as opposed to, what did you say?
I believe that it's 10 o'clock is the sound ordinance. It drops to 45 decibels at 10. So I'm fine with that.
I'd like to make a recommendation, a condition that the music discontinue at 9 o'clock.
With that.
Yeah, that's a condition that
That
I'd like
helps.
to put in.
Just for staff's note taking, all music or just amplified music?
When you were talking about, Commissioner Brand, when you were talking about amplified music, were you talking about if they had a band, or are you talking about if they were playing music through the, for lack of a better term,
Speakers.
iTunes?
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
just not, I can't think of.
No, I mean, my understanding is amplified music is anything that requires effectively electricity to amplify the sound. So
But everything
that
they're
would still
gonna
enable-
do, they're gonna have to pump the music throughout the spot. I mean, everything's gonna require electricity.
I'd say 9 o'clock, period, on all music.
I'm with that.
I'm sorry. Did you have something too? Okay. Through the chair, the way the condition is drafted pertaining to music, it's just live or otherwise. So live could be amplified, it could be acoustic. Oh boy, we're locked in. Or it could be, through somebody's iPhone. So I think the preference, just to keep it relatively simple, would be to say music, and that would be live or otherwise. And then if the commission's decision is to ratchet the time back down a little bit to say 9 p.m., we would modify the condition accordingly.
That's what I.
Does that make sense?
That's what that works for me. It's a residential community. So 9 o'clock is fine.
And then number 9, I'm not sure if there was further discussion warranted regarding the number of events per month. whether it be indoor or outdoor. I don't really have an opinion on this. I think
I'm fine with it. I'm
quantity.
really fine with it.
Can you just tell me why we put the 4 and the 4 in there? Just out of curiosity?
Go ahead.
We had to put some guardrails in.
There are 4 weekends in a month,
Mhm.
and staff was trying to be realistic about when special events might actually be held. It's unlikely that they would be held Wednesdays, Monday nights. It seemed like 4 reflected the number of days in a weekend, a Friday night or a Saturday night, 1 indoor, 1 outdoor.
Right.
Yeah.
He's going to have to close before the planning commission gets done.
Price we pay, yeah. Revisiting number 12 is,
I like the idea. You're talking about,
yeah, condition number 12. I would like to keep it personally, but
I would like to keep it as well.
I'm like to keep it as well.
Mhm. Only
Yep.
because at this point, we're talking about something that has not actually taken flight. We have no idea. Nobody's got a genie here. Nobody's got a magic ball that we can kind of project out what's going to happen. Things could go very well. And we will get a great report. And if they don't, we will get that report between now and then. And probably sooner than later, call the applicant back into the chambers. And even if we are a different commission, the residents will still be there, and they will have a voice, and they will speak their truth about how dissatisfied they've become or disappointed they've become in the event that things don't go as planned. So I think we should keep 12 as well.
Agreed.
and then I think the final 3 are housekeeping related, so I don't have any changes. So do we have those summarized?
Yeah, so what I would suggest,
Did we want to add logic about the sound ordinance as currently written in section 932.030 would remain in effect for this location? It is applicable, but that law may change very soon. So
the commission can certainly add a condition specifying compliance with chapter 9.32.
yeah,
As it's written now.
as written now.
Yeah.
Sure.
I understand, yeah.
So Eric and I are whispering furiously back and forth over here. The issue is this: generally, when we take notes on the direction that we've been provided, it's when we've recognized that we have consensus of a majority. And so we want to accurately capture what you've provided. In this instance, no motion has actually been made yet. You've all just been talking through these things. And Eric has been diligently recording what he has heard as the consensus here. So I think what he has kindly offered to do is share his screen to show you what he's captured, but he doesn't want to get ahead of the commission and be suggesting things to you if you haven't already arrived there yourselves. So it's sort of a chicken or the egg question. Go ahead, please, Commissioner.
Can we do it piece by piece and then put it together, meaning Chairperson Roberts mentioned 9 o'clock, the music cuts off. So we could have a motion on that and then a motion on, or you can't. So I'm just trying to solve this problem of the chicken or the egg.
with the commission's indulgence, Eric could show what he has recorded as his understanding of what a majority of you have said. And you can certainly interrupt him at any time and let him know, no, there's not 3 or 4 votes for that. That might just be the most expeditious way. And then if it correctly reflects what the majority of you want, one of you could make a motion so indicating. That seems like the most efficient way to me, but like I said, staff doesn't want to be putting words in your mouth, so we just want to make sure we're being respectful of the commission.
And so why don't we try it that way? And in the event that we've got consensus, we could move forward. And if we don't, we can tear it apart and try something different. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and apologize in advance if there's a Red Robin reference anywhere in here. I had to get that in one more time. There probably won't be, but just in case. Okay, everybody see that? Okay. So condition number 5, and this is something the commission didn't just talk about in the last couple of minutes, but it did come up. This clarifies use of the existing patio area for outdoor dining as well, because the way it's currently worded, it restricts it to everything under the roof line. Does that?
Sorry, the back area is the west side.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
So does that make sense, and does that change look okay?
That's fine.
Okay. Condition 6 is the hours of operation, and apologize for the multiple track change colors here, but basically what it says is, again, 9 a.m. opening, 10 p.m. closing daily, including holidays, so it doesn't distinguish between.
Did we have something for the weekends? Different time? No? It was 10 p.m.?
That's the clean, just 10 p.m. daily.
10 p.m.
Okay,
10
so that
p.m.?
captures the.
All right.
Because we're looking at the CUP, right? So in the event that this gentleman walks away, we still have something that we can grab hold of.
So just to clarify,
That's fine.
condition 6 means restaurant bar close at 10.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 7 is the same. So condition 8, this is the music condition, 9 p.m. Okay. I also struck the provision at the end about except as may be allowed for outdoor special events, because it didn't make sense with the way it was worded, and of course with this change as well. The special event condition is the same, it's just being renumbered.
Yes.
Actually, it's not being renumbered.
Yeah, so the third sentence in this paragraph now provides any music associated with the outdoor special events shall be limited to Fridays, Saturdays, and holidays and shall only be played until 8 p.m., but above you've said 9 p.m.
That's right. Let's to be consistent.
So 9 p.m.
9
throughout.
p.m.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch, does the commission wish to only allow music outside for outdoor special events on Fridays, Saturdays, and holidays? Or if it's done by 9 o'clock? I'm not sure what your direction was there.
I think it's.
Pardon me, the mic. I think dinner music is kind of okay, and I don't really think there's like a big difference. We're keeping them under the noise ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So I think 9 o'clock and without specification, as long as they're maintaining their decibels, what do we care? It'd be fine.
So okay, so what I'm hearing is that the 9 o'clock daily would suffice, and there's no restriction for, okay.
One question. So what we're saying is that the music will stop at 9. What we're also saying is that things will close at 10,
Right.
correct? All right, just want to make sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then I struck completely condition 10, which related to the parking lot lighting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is a new condition 12, which talks about compliance with chapter 9.32.
Commissioner Flora, I don't want to jump to conclusions here, but I seem to remember in compliance with the current, in case that law changes. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know what we would do if it changed because it won't be 9.32 anymore.
Does that right? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that's it.
And I'm sorry, Eric, if you scroll back up to condition 8 real quickly. There we go. So I think we lost the number 9 in front of the next one. So with the commission's indulgence, we'll just go in and clean up the numbering later.
Oh, right.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you ready to make a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Please.
I make a motion to adopt resolution number 24-008 as amended on the screen in front of us, and approving an amendment to the conditional use permit 004 as further detailed in the staff report.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations. Okay. Let's get through the rest of this, please. Okay. Let's go to our
As you exit the chambers, please keep your voice down as we still have a meeting to finish. Thank you.
informational reports. Okay. Transplant?
Yeah, great news on the.
Oh, you had a meeting?
Yeah.
I got to sit back and listen to
Whoa,
this.
last Thursday. The Makalumni Trail, the bridge is going to be done in March. It's early. So it's supposed to open 96% as of this month, but it should open mid-month.
Are they going to have a grand opening?
They're going to have a big opening. Darren, what day?
What day?
March 20th at 10 a.m.
Okay.
So.
Wow. That's
Fantastic.
major. Yeah.
On top of that, there's just a few activities in stream as far as some improvements on the data collection to better refine our public transportation systems to serve the needs of our community. And so myself and Mayor Bryant were able to share a few things in terms of the wants and needs of Brentwood citizens to better align the, the larger group's discussion as far as the needs there. So great meeting.
That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Great, great report. Design review, Commissioner Floyd.
Sign review committee has not met this year. Thank you.
And land use and development, we've not met either. So that takes care of that. Request for future agenda items, wasn't
So
Commissioner Spalding? had
yeah,
something?
Vice Chair Sparling aptly reminded us before he departed today about I think we were describing it as a traffic analysis / study, if I recall correctly, in which we would like the community in and around the intersection of Adams and Grant, particularly Marsh Creek Elementary, Vineyard Academy, potentially residents of Lone Oak Road, and maybe the surrounding neighborhoods to the west and the south, regarding agreed upon, I don't know, I think this is just a discussion for city council to consider for, in terms of, how do we say this? It's like, to,
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
to explore solutions that might alleviate the community's concerns in that region from a traffic perspective.
Did we say who all we wanted to include in those meetings?
Yeah.
The schools and
The schools, the neighboring residents,
Right.
particularly the residents on Lone Oak Road.
Yes.
I mean,
At both schools.
what? Both schools,
Marsh
right,
Creek
exactly.
Elementary and Vineyards Academy.
So just before we get too far down the road, so the way the future agenda item process works is that if you have a request that you would like to see come back on a future agenda, you give us a very brief description of it now, and then we will put it on the Planning Commission's next agenda, where you'll have the chance to talk amongst all of you, including Commissioner Sparling at that point, about how you want to fully refine it. And if the ultimate recommendation is that it be sent to the City Council with a request for their consideration, then at that time, you'll have the chance to fully refine it. So Eric, I believe that we have enough now to craft an agenda topic to bring back to the commission. Do you feel the same?
Yes.
All right, so I think we've got it. Thank you.
I have one. I do. This one I came with the intent. I'd like to discuss making a recommendation to the City Council to consider an Open Space Protection Act. Without going into detail, this is something that would kind of close the loop on open space considerations that were brought up by the passage of Measure Q, such as impacts on the conservation element and open space element, and impacts on right to farm, and whether or not it would be appropriate, how it would be appropriate to proceed with such an item. And again, like, would it be part of a general plan? So I don't want to go too far, but would it be part of a general plan revision that we might be considering next year, or might it be an ad hoc committee, or, we just would be discussing our ideas about what a recommendation like that might look like for the City Council. Is that solid enough?
I think we have enough to prepare an agenda title. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing.
Well, at this time, I will look for a motion to adjourn.
I make that motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. I say aye too, and we will meet again on March
5th.
the 5th, 7 p.m. here at the City of Brentwood Council Chambers. Thank you so much. Have a good evening, everyone.